Are we live?
Are live now, Mr. Chair.
Recording in progress.
Yes,
Get there.
yeah.
Recording in progress. Okay. Hi, everybody. Welcome to this meeting of the Nantucket Historic District Commission. It is Tuesday, April 25th at 2 minutes after 4. Live with us today are commission members Val Oliver, Carrie Thornwell, Stephen Welch, and myself, Ray Poole. And on Zoom, we have Diane Coombs. That's it for now. We'll see if anyone else arrives. Abby is definitely not here, for those of you that have her sitting on one of your applications. A few things for those of you in the room. Please mute your phones and let us know if you want to record any portion of tonight's festivities before we do so. So I guess next thing we're going to do is approve tonight's agenda.
Motion to approve the agenda.
Okay. Because we
So
have,
moved.
we got it, Diane. So Stephen took care of it, but we're going to do a roll call. 1, 2, 3, 4. So we have 5 members. So we're all in on this stuff. Okay. So on Stephen's motion, Carrie,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
very good. Diane. You there? Diane?
Aye,
Thank you. Stephen, on your motion?
Yeah.
Aye.
Very good. And I'm in favor. Okay, we have an approved agenda. Oh, I got one of these lengthy things with all the. Okay, so we have quite a few signs. That's a sign of springtime on Nantucket. Billy, you gonna walk us through these?
Yes, Billy Sad, land use specialist. This is a little bit of a, you're gonna have to bear with me and listen. Items 1, 4, 5, and 7 through 10. So 7, 8, 9, 10 are approved with conditions, and I can run through those with you guys.
Okay, Stephen, is that something you want to hear?
Yeah, I just want to clarify, when Mr. Saad says approve with conditions, he's saying recommended.
Recommended conditions, correct.
Thank you.
So do you want to hear those conditions?
Yeah, I might as well, I guess.
All right, 1 was to add a red or white border to the sign, item 1. Item 4 was no lighting without prior approval, which kind of goes without saying, but it's a tricky situation. There was an existing light. The shop owner said the light didn't work, and it was also a light that's outside the guidelines. So he agreed to not use it or apply for a new light prior to putting one on. Number 5 was to add wording to the.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
I had 1, 4, 7, 8, 9. Did I miss something?
5. Item number 5.
Not 4.
Item 1, 4, 5, and 7 through 10.
Okay, so note 5. Go ahead.
So
Yes.
number 5, they had a little hanging sign that was gonna have additional wording for the existing business, but they're gonna move that wording onto the existing projecting sign. And then 7 through 10 is the Life Saving Museum, and they're looking to put some plaques or some signage in front of their in front of some of the artifacts they have outside of the building. So the thing there was they want the plexiglass finish to be matte.
Okay. Very good. So we now know what all the conditions are on 1, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Can somebody move it?
So moved, Mr. Chair.
I
Thank-
move it.
No, Val beat you to it. But so on that,
Sorry,
Diane,
Diane.
on Val's motion, Diane?
Aye,
Very good. Thank
aye,
you.
aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
very good. Stephen,
Aye.
Val on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay, how about items 2? Well, you tell me.
So items 2 and 3 are to hold for revisions.
Okay. And I'm assuming 6 is something else.
6 is an approval.
Okay, so let's do 2 and 3. That's a hold for revisions. Can somebody give that to me?
So moved.
All right, so Stephen has made that motion on that motion. Carrie,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Diane.
aye,
Very good. Stephen on your,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay, and then number 6 was
Item
a straight
6
up
is-
approval.
Yep, recommended for
Motion to
approval.
approve is submitted.
Okay, so that's Stephen on Stephen's motion. Carrie,
Aye.
thank you, Val,
Aye.
Diane,
aye,
thank you, Stephen on your motion.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Okay, that takes
Thanks.
care of our signs. Thank you very much, Billy. Okay, now we're on to consents, and I got a feeling it's going to be slightly complicated here, but maybe not. Oh, PS, let the record reflect that Mr. Jesse Dutra has joined us. So what that's going to mean moving forward with new applications is that there will be a rotation between Jesse and Carrie. So looking over our consents. Val, you need to recuse.
Yeah.
Motion to
That-
approve
that-
consents.
That's it.
No.
Val is the only person that needs to recuse. So Carrie and Jesse will both be on. And so Stephen has made a motion to approve consents. On that motion, Jesse. Very good. Carrie,
Aye.
Diane,
aye,
thank you. Stephen on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. That takes care of our consents. Now we get to consent with conditions from which Carrie needs to sit off. You do too. Okay, very good. Can I have a motion from somebody who doesn't need to recuse?
Motion to approve consent with conditions.
All right, very good. Thank you, Val. On that motion, Stephen,
Aye.
Diane,
aye,
very good. Val on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. That motion carries. All right, we are to new business at 2 Stone Alley. That would be Mirka, who's approaching. So it's truly new business. This has never been heard before. Okay.
We hold it, we filed and then it was in front of
Fair enough.
selectmen and so we hold it till that was sorted out.
Right. Okay, so we're doing a rotation. So Carrie will sit on this.
I just have a question. No,
Wait, I heard a,
it was- That's what I thought.
that's what I thought too.
It was.
Okay.
Retaining walls.
Oh, that's true. You're correct.
I actually wasn't thinking.
Mr. Chair, I have a list of the commissioners.
Yeah, let's go.
Okay, so it's Diane, Carrie, Jesse, Abby, and
Jesse,
Val, I believe.
Jesse, Abby, who is not here. And Val, did you say?
Yeah.
So does this mean that Diane is chairing? Diane, Carrie, Jesse,
I'm-
no
Yep.
Abby plus Val.
All right.
Because
that's
this was
correct.
heard on April 14th. And I don't believe you were here. You left
Yeah.
early.
I was not.
That's
here
correct,
'cause
yeah.
I don't
I-
recall this. Now, let me just ask you a question further because that would leave a 4-person board. Was there anybody who could sit in as an alternate? Connie. Okay, so Connie is not here. So I guess the question for you. Oh,
Hey, good.
how about it?
Hi, Connie.
Let the record reflect that Connie has just joined our ranks, which means that we now have a full board sitting on this. And Diane, you will be chairing, okay?
okay, yep, got it.
All right. So I'm gonna hand the mic over to you.
So,
All righty. So,
hello. So,
America,
yes, can you hear me, Diane? Can
yeah,
she-
I can hear you.
Perfect. So,
Yes.
sorry, I'm just trying to refresh because I believe I don't have the minutes from that meeting in front of me, but I believe so the main concerns was the alley street. And we did include in this presentation the approved architectural drawings. So they should be part of the submission. We are coming from the alley street. We are not changing anything. We are just leaving. It's practically existing driveway. And we are just slightly opening the curb cut, just as what was the discussion to the existing parking. But nothing major. We can just leave it as it is too. We don't need to touch it if that would be the issue. So again, from the alleyway, there's existing parking, existing brick walkway, nothing is changed. We are proposing a patio in the back. Bluestone patio, there was the comment of it was a rectangular patio before, so we curve and soften the edges, and I believe that was Diane's initial concern. So we will bring more like natural looking patio, and then we soften the walls and the pavers and just really eliminate any pavers past the patio to the lower level, the outdoor shower area and walk-in. We eliminated the path to the stone alley path. It would be, if anything, it would be just a little garden path, just through little gravel path, just through the planting. We still have a little gate which would be tucked in. If you don't mind, Esmeralda, kind of maybe, I don't know if you are looking at go down, yeah. Little gate of the stone alley.
Okay,
You just don't see it. Can you, Esmeralda, just maybe you just cut
Okay.
out the gate? And I think that's it. Oh, and I know there was a concern about the grade. So if you go to the second page, that's where exactly Esmeralda is. I really focus to work with the existing grade as much as possible, which is pre-existing grade. And it's really just kind of massage and carve the grade around the lower level walk-in. And the wall will reflect the grading with it. Again, the architect already was illustrating a wall there. So again, if you look at the architectural profile and our cross section, which is the following page, we did not change anything to that grading what Emeritus had initially proposed. Esmeralda, would you mind to go to the cross section? Perfect. So you can see here on this elevation that the wall are kind of following the existing grades on both sides. And then on the another cross section, you can kind of see again, that's the all grade, which would be, Esmeralda, would you mind to move it to the other one? Thank you. Then you can see the grade and the lower wall, how it's kind of steps down with the grade. And I think that's would
Great.
be my initial comments.
thank you, thank you. Holly, is anything from Hassab?
I have comments and Mickey's here as well.
As well as,
Oh, good.
she can't see that we're here.
I know,
thank-
I can't see that you're
Thank you,
here, but
Madam
it's
Chair.
if Mickey can say what he needs to, that would be good. I should have done it first. But I
Madam-
forgot.
Diane, point of order, Madam Chair. Let's
Yeah.
do, you should probably go with Holly first.
Okay.
All right.
Very good. Holly, you want to read? Or
Thank
say
you,
what?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So for the record, to Stone Alley, of course, is attributed to Eliza Codd, circa 1858 to 1871. One, I have comments based on the revisions, as well as I do have a email from a direct abutter, Ginger Andrews at One Stone Alley, that she emailed to me April 13th. So wasn't quite sure when this was going to be heard again. Appreciate the revisions. However, the east and south are the only elevations shown with the proposed hardscaping and landscaping. Nothing should be proposed within the historic Stone Alley. There should be a view from Stone Alley. It's difficult to discern how the runoff is addressed with the grade changes against Stone Alley. And Bluestone patio is too formal for this structure. Keep similar material like the brick that's existing. And if I may, I'd like to read this into the record because, again, I was remiss in emailing this to the commission upon receipt. So, hi, Holly. I don't know if I'll be able to get to this meeting, but here are my comments. Please read them to the board. Looking at existing versus proposed grades on the south elevation, it looks as if the addition is not conforming to existing grades or as requested for approval. Check east elevation as Stone Alley retaining wall is higher than original terrace as moves east. The expansion of width of the parking on the east side should be allowed to the maximum extent possible. It is impossible to back out of Stone Alley without sloping the back bumper over the edge of the opposite side of the street, neighbor's yard. It did work when the old east side asphalt parking area was in use because I don't have a fence along my property line. But opposite the parking spot on the west side, a utility pole and a wall reduced the width of the already narrow alley even more. The west parking area was designated as a smart car parking area at the time when that was fashionable, but doesn't work for the owner's larger cars. As the issues of water runoff due to steep grades, I suggest alternatives to cobblestone such as permeable pavers or some sort of grate infiltration design. Sincerely, Virginia F. Andrews at 1 Stone Alley, Nantucket. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Holly. The next one, Matt,
Mickey.
I'm here, Diane.
Mickey,
Yep. Thank you, Diane. So our only comments were that in addition to what Holly has already said was to try to do as minimal clearing down on the eastern side of the property along the bank. And I just talked to Mirka and she said she's not planning to do anything there anyway. So I think we're good with that. Thank you.
thank you. Thank you, Mickey.
I'm
All
also
right, who
here,
would
Madam
like to
Chair.
start?
I'm also here, Madam Chair, Linda Williams for the a neighbor.
Okay, sorry.
As you know, we opposed this for 4.5 years now, and you know that we've had some discussion over time relative to the additions about changing grade. And if you look at the south grade up on the screen now, that is not the grade at all. And they kept telling us, Mirka wasn't involved through the whole structural issues, but they kept telling us they're not going to really change grade. They're going to build into grade. But that grade that's showing on the south elevation on the screen is not the existing grade. And given all the concerns you've expressed about grade on other lots, which are much larger and are following the actual grade, I'm kind of concerned that you don't see, I can't see it from here. You don't see the dotted in where the existing grade is, because that's not it.
It is on here.
I can't see it from here. So that's not the existing grade. We also questioned before, when we were still talking about the additions, why there's a rounded patio. I don't know if that's still up there because that's not the right screen. But there was a rounded retaining wall and a rounded patio on the south side. And we were concerned about them flattening out the plateau, which you've addressed on other properties. And this has got a very steep grade change from the west to east and down to Union Street, because this was Quantity Bank, as we've mentioned many times, which was not flat anywhere. If you look at the foundation on the Stone Alley side, it's goes from minimal to really tall. So we're concerned about the fact that it's not following the natural grade, which is, and that the comment about to the extent possible is a really concerning comment about maintaining the existing grade. And I'm not exactly sure that you would accept that on any of the other projects that it may personally and other ones I've seen. That's not been an acceptable phrase. Given all the problems, other than the dog barking, given all the problems with this site, I think you need to be a little more careful on what the manipulation of the grade is going to be, because that is not flat where they're showing it. Thank you.
Okay. This is the most recent elevation on the south elevation, the stone wall and the patio. I don't see that they are particularly saying that the footage coming down the hill, nor on the east elevation, the stone wall. I didn't think that the land was so straight and that it was such plateau. but let's see what we come up with and see what answers there will be for that. I'll make one thing, because I was the one who mentioned it, that round type patio on the south side. It wasn't round, it wasn't a formal shape. What I asked for way back when, long time ago, was it that it was a one that fit in and was very natural, not a specific patio. So that's why it has its shape. It's just to show that it is not a square or rectangle patio out there. So anyway, who would like, now I believe they're all answered. Who would like to begin?
I'll go.
Do you want to?
I'll go, Diane. It's Carrie.
Good. All right,
Um,
yeah,
I just wanted to correct that, the plateau thing, because it's clearly just illustrated the existing grade in a blue line. And I'm sorry if it's hard to see. And, the proposed, and you're correct, it's proposed is the plateau, but it's exactly as Emeritus has their elevation approved. So if you scroll to the Emeritus approved drawing, it's just reflected. So I just wanted to clarify that it's not, it's the plateau does not reflect the existing, but the proposed. Thank you.
okay. So Carrie, you go on.
Thanks. I don't think it's unreasonable to have a flat area where they would like to have a patio. I think the patio stone is, I like the idea of keeping it brick, so it's consistent with what's on the site already. Otherwise, it's the driveway. But the stone retaining wall is where I have a question of what is that material? Is it going to be the random sort of combination of stones that you show in one of the photos? I see you're going to match the field stone risers, but then what's the retaining wall? I don't really see an image of, you're going to match the retaining wall that's on site.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I don't see a plateau that you're talking about, Linda. I think the only grade change is around where the retaining wall is to hold up where the patio is. And then there's a lot of garden between the patio and that retaining wall. I think the retaining wall is maximum 30 inches. Is that
Yes.
right?
Yes. I would just confirm.
And the only changes to the grade elevations are around that retaining wall, which is necessary to have some habitable space back there. I don't have a ton of problem with this. I do wonder, the gate that's on the stone alley side, what is that?
it
It's
was-
just the floating gate, and there's no
Within the
fence?
privet. Yeah, it's just, there will be natural privet. So I just thought to have just little small picket fence, natural to weather as a little cut through. Doesn't have to be there. It's just
Yeah, I
more
don't
like,
really see that as necessary. It's not
Okay.
connected to anything. It's just sort of floating out there.
Mhm.
That's all I have.
Okay, thank you very much. Val,
I agree with Carrie about the patio. I do have concern with the side facing the alley, so nothing's happening on this side from the approved elevations that Matt had. Is that, yeah, I don't really know
Aside
what's
from the little
happening there.
gate,
Yeah.
aside from this little gate, there's nothing happening on Stone Alley.
Yeah, and I don't think you need the gate. But I think it's pretty minimal, actually.
do you think of the material that the patio would be made out of? Do you think brick or stone or bluestone or?
I
Any
agree
particular
with
lights?
Carrie, brick, because it's on the site already.
Yeah, okay, thank you very much. Connie,
Yeah, I agree. If the patio is brick because that's existing. And as long as there's nothing on Stone Alley to make it even narrower or, encompass any of that region, I don't really have anything else to add.
Thank you very much. Stephen,
Stephen's not on it. Jesse.
Jesse, what do
Thank
you
you.
think?
So the previous design's not on this, is it?
Oh, no,
Sorry, I don't have a,
I have a METS approved application and the changes to mine, which we reduce the walls and make the patio smaller and with the curved edges. That was the main change. And we get rid of the all pavers past the basement volcano.
yeah, from what I recall, there was 2 walls, right? You had 2
Yes,
Yeah.
we had a. So it was really just limited to one. The initial shorter wall was helping with the patio, and you're correct. We eliminated that one. So we just really simplify the just retaining to access the lower level basement door.
So yeah, I think you have minimized about as good as you can the grade change. I mean, there is a grade change there, but you've done a good job of minimizing the impact with the walls and the stepping stones and so forth. So I'm good with that. I've never been a real big fan of when I think of bricks, I think of walks and driveways. But Goshen stone is a nice historic stone that would look good as a patio and as stepping stones going down the path. So it would all be one type of material and not mixing materials. So that would be my preference. I'm not sure how the rest of the board feels about that.
Thank you.
Madam
Thank you.
Chair,
For me, quick is, yes,
It's irregular.
we do have a hand up from an abutter.
Yeah, similar.
okay.
Pennsylvania.
Would you-
said in that.
Who is that? Would they please come on and unmute your
Yeah.
your
Nina
mic, please?
King.
So it's similar in size and shape.
Hi, Nina, how are you? Would you like to begin? Have we lost her?
She still has her hand up. It's Nina King.
Nina King.
Mm.
She can't hear me. Well, I'll say that and then we'll hope that she unmutes in time. I was just going to say that I don't think we need the little gate. And I think the patio down there could be any anything what fit in best. I think the brick makes it quite formal, actually. Hard to make it sort of loose when bricks don't do that very well, but that's just my opinion. I don't think that the Goshen stone would be a bad idea, whatever. So do we have any luck with Nina King? No?
Madam Chair,
No.
she's still muted. I'm trying. I'm asking her to unmute.
Fix it.
Not much I can do besides that.
Well, maybe we should go ahead and
I think so.
take a vote.
Can I
we-
make a motion?
Yeah,
Madam Chair, before the commission makes a motion of some sort, we recommend that there's a condition that basically that the plans are revised to reflect the recent approval with the drawings that have come in with the recent application, if that makes any sense. So the last,
Okay,
the conditions that were associated
Right.
with the approval should be reflected upon America's landscaping plans. So if the
All right, we'll
commission
put-
is so inclined to approve, there should be a condition of sort of that.
okay. Very good. Well, thank you for bringing that up. That's a good point. So would somebody like to put together a motion like that?
I'll go ahead and try.
So we can,
So.
all right,
Motion to approve with the conditions matching the previous approved plans. Patio and step material to be Goshen stone. And removal of the gate.
okay. Let's see. Who we have to do it individually, I'm sorry, because of me. Connie,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Jesse,
Aye.
and I'm an I also.
Thank you.
So that make
Did I-
sure, Holly, that covers all the things that you wanted to have covered, okay?
It's Nina King. I'm too late, right? I couldn't get myself unmuted.
Sorry.
Yeah,
Yeah,
sorry, the vote has already been taken.
I'm sorry. I just couldn't figure out how to get it unmuted. All right.
Sorry about that.
And
Mr.
Mr. Chair, I just want to make that clear for the record that that's through staff.
Yeah, is that okay with you, Diane, through staff?
Yes, yes, yes.
Thank you.
Very good, thanks. Okay, we're gonna move along to 86 Main, color as-built color change. Tori, I believe this is yours. Yeah. Okay,
Can I nip this in the bud, Mr. Chair?
what's that?
I'd
Nip
like
it in the
to
bud?
make a motion to
yes.
approve as submitted.
I agree.
It's not what I prefer, but and I think historic, with respect to historic colors, it's inappropriate, but it is previously approved by in part of a historic determination letter. And therefore, consistent with our not going back on what prior commissions have approved, I would make a motion to approve as submitted.
Mr.
Okay.
Chair, on that note, and I hate to put a stamper on this, but on a technicality. The COA before you is for Gardner Green. Am I correct on that?
That's what it says.
So
yeah.
the historic determination, the original application I put in about 6 weeks ago, I put Gardner Green because that's the new one listed on the historic colors pamphlet. But in speaking with professionals, it sounds like Essex Green is not only what was on the historic determination,
Yep.
but also is the darker black green.
Yep.
And that is what is in fact on both dwellings.
Thank you. I just
So I
need that
changed this new
clarification.
application to read Essex Green to match
Yeah.
the historic determination.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Okay,
Chair.
so
Sorry.
Does the motion need to include anything?
No,
With
it covers it.
Good,
Yeah.
okay. So just making sure, because this is a new business application. Let's see, Connie, you want to sit on this one? It's kind of a easy, there's already a motion made. So Connie's sitting on this one, the rest regular board. So Stephen has made a motion. On that motion, Connie,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye,
thank you, Stephen, on your motion.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Okay,
Thank
so
you very
that's
much.
that, Shori. All right, now we're moving along to old business of 4-4. First item of which is 51 Walsh. This is a roof walk thing. Myself, Stephen, Diane, Val, and we have alternates as Thornwell, Dutra, Patton. Let's see, we just did. Linda, we're gonna pull in an alternate, so Connie just went. Carrie, can you do this one?
Sure.
All right, so Linda, take it away.
All right, so who do I have now?
You got
Ray.
Cole, Welch, Coombs, Oliver, and Thornwell.
Combs. Okay, Joe Topham's here also. I put a lot of pictures in if you had a chance to look at them. I know they're hard to pull up on your little iPads, which is why I always put 5 copies in the file. So it may be advantageous for you to actually look at the hard copy because Steve has told me that it's very difficult to do that on your iPads. But he asked me to put hard copies in the file for you guys.
Okay. Yeah, I could see them.
Because sometimes they don't come up too fast, do they?
No, mine are fine.
No.
What I took pictures of is we colored it. It's not quite gray yet, but we colored it. When you look at the picture up there, the top 4 feet is going to be in shadow. The bottom is blocked by the visibility from Hulbert Avenue, so you're not going to see the first 4 or 5 feet. So what you're going to see is maybe 4 to 5 feet crawling up the roof that's going to gray in pretty intensely, considering that I gave you a picture of the other one from Brant Point Lane or whatever they call it, which is grayed in quite extensively, but it's much more visible than ours. I mean, it's right in front of your face, along with the white one that's on Lincoln Circle, which is crawling up and then crawling up again, and then goes up a different roof plane on another deck. That one I remember approving. So what we'd like to do is 100 some odd feet from Hulbert Avenue. It's 90 something, I think, from James Street, which is on the side. And then I gave other pictures. It looks worse in the drawings because there's nothing in front of them. I gave you a bunch of pictures from James and from Hulbert. And I gave you a bunch more pictures from of all the roof walks that are around us, which are really indigenous to Brant Point. There's some of the strangest looking roof walks I've ever seen down on Brant Point, 5 times the size of this one, with decorative skirts, with decorative railings, with party platforms up there on newer structures that you have approved, even I did in my day. And so the impact of this compared to the ones that are fully visible right smack on the street, and this is on the backside of the house, with 2 houses in front of us from Hulbert on a different elevation as well. The impact of this down on Brant Point, which is the strange place for roof walks, should be absolutely minimal. So I'd like you to consider it again. Joe Topham did a review with us of the interior of the structure and the exterior of the structure, and there really isn't any other solution to get up there. Half the structures down there probably have roof walks, and there's a couple of 1 stories and a couple of 1.5 stories with roof walks that HCC has approved. They're going through the pictures now up on the big screen, probably a little easier. I took the pictures in the summer where you can't see it at all. And I took the pictures in the winter and then now this spring. So you can see that for 9 months of the year, you can't see it at all. And for 3 months of the year, you can see about 5 to 6 feet of it. I'm going to ask Joe to have that conversation as well.
Yeah, you really can't see much of it. It's just now in the wintertime, but yeah, and the 3rd floor is all the mechanicals. Everything's up there. It's underneath it. So, and we were trying to figure out one way to reconfigure it all, and there's just no space within that 3rd floor eaves. So that's why we were just kind of going with the outside. But I think once everything grays in, you're not going to notice it. You're going to drive right by it. It's not something you really have to, if you're driving, walking by, you have to turn and look down a shotgun view between the houses. So I don't think it's going to be that visible once everything grays in. So.
I also wanted to point out there's been very minimally done to this house. This is one of the Gilbreth's kids' houses. The next 1 or 2 generations below that I grew up with, and the family still owns this house. So they just like to be able to see the water because right now it's blocked from the harbor because of the other houses, the taller houses along Hulbert Avenue. And the houses on both sides of them have roof walks, et cetera. But I think the impact again is going to be less of a of an impact on the neighborhood and the visibility because of everything else that's out there. So if you scroll down, there's the one-story house with a roof walk, but if you scroll down, you can see all these mammoth roof walks. There's the one up on Lincoln Circle with the white.
Got it.
So I just want to
All right.
make sure that you understand where this is. And there's the aerial right there. You can see how far away it is. But as I say, in the summer, 9 months of the year, you can't see it at all. And 3 months of the year in the winter, you can minimally see it, but it's blocked on the top and blocked on the bottom.
Okay.
Thank
Thanks,
you. And we're
Linda.
expanding the deck to put it on.
Okay. Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this structure is Sandpiper circa 1930 HDC survey on file. It has been altered. I believe it was changed from 1 stories to 2 stories sometime after 1990s. Again, appreciate the photos and others in the area. Appreciate obviously the revisions are a lot clearer. I think they're same ones as previously seen. And as previously mentioned, roof walk is appropriate, but historically would be near a chimney. And obviously the straight exterior access, is kind of an anomaly, although there are other ones in the area. At the last review, I think in February, some commissioners said that the proposal is highly visible and didn't want to set a precedent in this area. And I would concur with that. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Mickey.
And I
as a-
strenuously object. It's not
Yep,
even the old
Yep,
historic
yep.
district.
So Mickey, if you could just say who you represent.
Yep, Mickey Rowland representing the former HSAB group, which is myself, Angus McLeod, Jason Leonardo Finger, Lucy Dillon, and Mary Bergman.
Thank you.
So in our opinion, it's still very visible. It's still will be a very bad precedent. Other examples are no reason to add another inappropriate exterior stair. Even if it's just a little visible, it'll still be used as a precedent in the future. I think this application actually illustrates why you don't want to approve it, because it'll be used in the future as another precedent. And whether or not they can get to it from the inside through their attic or not is really not your concern. It'll be, it shouldn't be a factor in your decision on approving a roof walk or the exterior access to it. Thank you.
Again, it is not highly visible.
Okay.
But if we can,
Thank-
if that's going to be a problem with everybody, then we'll take the roof walk and figure out how to get to it. But we don't know how we're
You
going to get
just
to it.
tipped your hand, Linda.
But we'd rather be able
Okay.
to get to it. That's
All
the
right.
point.
Well, I actually could think of a way or two. All right, so again, myself, Stephen, Diane, Val, and Carrie. Who would like to begin?
I'll go.
Thank you.
I never had an issue with a roof walk on this structure. It's the access. I do think there's a couple of ways you can mitigate it, which I think I sent you.
Yeah, we looked at
concept
that.
of-
That was going to be difficult up there.
Okay, so let
And
everyone say their piece. Thank you, Val. Go ahead.
yeah, I'm not in favor of the way to get to it.
Okay, very good, Val. Thank you. Who's
I'll
next?
go.
Can we see the elevation?
I think that was Carrie, yeah.
Yep.
Carrie.
Yeah, I think just because there are examples of this around doesn't mean we should keep doing it. Especially when this is a full 2-story house. There's no tuck in at all. And I think you could get a chute through the attic, a small little chute through the attic,
Did you say a shoot?
a chute,
Yeah,
a,
okay.
a tiny little shaft.
Gotcha.
You don't have to have some big production, but this is too big of a production.
All right. Thank you. Who's next?
Steve?
I'm next.
Me,
Well.
no, I'll,
Go ahead,
you can
Diane.
No.
Can't beat that exuberance.
I agree. This is absolutely against the thing in our building with Nantucket in mind, which is supposed to be our sort of Bible. Whether there are other ones, it has nothing to do, as the houses are individually reviewed And this is visible. It may not be overly visible, but it is not something that goes on a house in this location. So I would be totally against it.
Okay, to be
Okay,
clear,
thank you.
Diane, you're obviously against the exterior stair going up. Are you against the roof walk itself?
No, no, the roof walk itself, it's a two-story house.
It is.
So it goes in that. It's old enough to have it. The only other question, which I don't know whether he's been told or not, was whether it ever had a roof walk on it at any other time, which also was one of our criteria. But specifically, I could live with the roof walk, however, not the entrance to it.
Gotcha. Thanks a lot. Stephen.
Yeah, thanks,
Okay.
Mr. Chair. Thanks, Diane. Yeah, it's the Wild West down there for roof walks, no
Yeah.
question. I think I don't have a concern with the roof walk. What color is it?
Natural to weather.
I don't have a concern with the roof walk. I would like to see if we can come up with something that's, workable on the interior, or I'd like to hear the chairman's ideas perhaps, or
I
maybe
do
we
have a
can work with him
suggestion.
offline on that. But in any event, you seem to be willing to work on a little bit more. I'd like to see if we can get something done that way.
Well, the only thing, if you want to, if nobody's
no,
in favor of the stairs, then we could take the stairs off, but I'm going to have to make it about 14 feet long, which is fine because the roof walk will handle it in order to cover a section of that attic where I can
What I
maybe get
believe
through it.
you're about to get approval for right now is the roof walk in the dimensions that are submitted.
Well, I'm asking for it to go through 14 through staff because it may give me enough room in the attic to get into it.
So you're adding 2 feet.
Yeah.
It's 8 by 12.
Yeah.
Okay, so just on that, folks, does anyone have any objections? Because my view is same as everyone else's, just by the way, the access is the big issue for me. Does anyone have an issue expanding the roof walk from 8 by 12, which was what submitted, to 8 by 14 with the stipulation that we're not going to be doing the exterior stair? Any objections? Otherwise, I think if we moved it, we bigger than 14. No bigger.
No.
And slightly spaced slats, right? Like,
That, what is it, a half inch?
Yeah,
In
yeah.
between, yeah.
You mean on the skirt?
Yeah.
Okay, can that be somebody's motion?
through staff.
Yes.
That's my motion.
Okay, so let's just recap. The motion is, hang on a second, Diane. The motion is from Stephen. The roof walk is being approved at 8 by 14. 14 is the maximum length that we will approve. The skirt boards will be spaced apart by what margin would you like?
I think it's a half inch.
And part of this approval through staff is not does not include the exterior stair up, the exterior ladder up. That is Stephen's motion. On Stephen's motion, Carrie.
I just noting it's also natural to weather.
Natural weather, I
weather.
believe
It's
it's submitted.
on the application.
Okay, so that's a yes from Carrie, Val,
Yeah,
Diane,
Aye.
thank you. Stephen on your motion. Aye. Stephen's an aye and I'm an aye. Okay, there we go. That's off the table.
Okay.
All right, thank you. All right, next up, we're over to 1 East Hollowell. And it's myself, no Abby, Diane, Jesse, Carrie, with an alternate in the form of Val Oliver.
I just said I'm not on it.
Oh, do you not want to be on it? I can.
Well, it was weird because we weren't quite sure that the next one, the minutes, I don't think are right, but this is Ray, Diane, Jesse, Carrie, and Val. Is that where I am?
I'm sorry, what were you saying, Linda?
I'm just looking at the next one. I don't think that's correct, but this one may be correct
What?
as to who's sitting.
The board is sitting?
Okay.
Connie, you want to sit on this one?
No, you already have Jesse.
No, Jesse's on, but.
I was recused, it says so.
No,
On
it
this
says
one or
recused
the next
not,
one?
1 East Hollowell.
If you look at the minutes.
I don't think
on the-
that's right, though. Val, you were here, weren't you?
I think I left.
Okay,
Oh, maybe it was one.
look, I'm gonna go with the
What?
minutes. So there is no
Thank
Val. Connie, are you an alternate? I mean, okay. Are you ready, willing, and able to assist, should we need to use the emergency exit?
All right, so let me make sure. I got Ray, I got Diane, I've got Jesse, I've got Carrie, and I've got Connie. So that's
Correct.
right.
That's
Okay.
it. Okay.
We have Joe Topham's here with me for this one. I believe Steve Cohen is up there on the screen and I think there's a couple more people up on the screen. I just can't see them up there. We've been here before. We've looked at all the options. The required Title V septic system has to go where this structure is. I went over it with, stay right there, please. I went over it with Holly also in the office. I've given you pictures of the interior. This is not the original structure as sitting there now. The survey, if you look on the board, it's easier. The survey shows just the garage.
Yeah.
Just the garage. The L's that they put on to make it into a bunkhouse with the 2 bedrooms. There's 1 bedroom in each one of those L's. It's on, aren't you sitting? Oh, it's on a totally different foundation. There are actually 3 foundations on this thing. There's a slab foundation for the garage with a fiberglass door. There is some sort of a foundation under each of those small wings. So this is not, I know there were comments made the last time that it was cute. That's not before us. We can't move it forward because it would obstruct the view of the historic bungalow, which does date from the 20s. This structure does not date from the 20s. It's a much newer structure. The wood that's inside, I gave you all the interior pictures. They've cut rafters, they've cut stringers, they've cut everything to put those bedrooms on. And the bedrooms are actually 2 steps lower than the slab of the garage, which is still there, but it's a modern pour with milled wood. So this may look cute, but it is not a structure that you necessarily can move someplace because you'd have to cut it up pretty substantially. And it's all on different levels. So we're asking again to move it out of there or demo it. Demo or move. I mean, we'll make an attempt to move it, but demo or move. So we can get the septic system in there and leave the bungalow sacrosanct on all 4 sides. We've tried moving it forward. It doesn't work. We cannot move it down towards Sachem's because that's the frontage and it has to remain the frontage. And no, you cannot put it in the 20-foot setback. So if we move it forward, somebody suggested at one point to rotate it. Why would I rotate it? The garage door would then face the house. And if you look at all the old aerials going back several decades, there has never been a driveway to the garage. It looks, when you go inside, it looks more like a shop that once was there. But they cut a lot of the supports in the garage to put the garage door in, so it's an overhead door. So I don't know what was there before, but that's what's there now. And they cut it in order to get the garage door to come up and go back into the garage. So this is not an historic structure necessarily, it probably is over 50 years. But it is also on your survey form going up on the screen above you, it is also non-contributing. That's the point. Yeah, no, but it is non-contributing. And architecturally, it's not a significant architectural style, but there's the bungalow right there.
Okay.
A story and a half with a roof walk, which has been on the house for a long time, oddly, compared to a lot of these bungalows that had them added after the fact. That roof walk shows up on some of the old aerials, which is kind of interesting. But that garage is not the original full structure. It was just a garage with some sort of door in it. And then to get more bunk space, because it's a small house, they put these 2 warts on there. And it's not a continuous roof. They are 2 separate bedroom warts with about 4 feet in between the 2. So it's pretty easy to identify from an aerial, which is they were not there. So we'd still like to demolish it. We still have a septic issue and we have to do it now. because we're in the health department where we have to replace the septic system.
Okay, Linda, thank you. Did you?
Wait a minute, hold on. Do you have anything to add? Steve is on the, Steve is up there. Joe is the one who did the interior scan with me, and Steve is up there. So I think Steve Cohen, do you want to speak, Steve?
Well, I'm hoping that the board finds that this building is of no value and can be demolished or removed because it is not a contributing structure in any way. So I don't know that I have a lot to say if the board is inclined to agree with that.
Okay, thanks, Stephen. Holly, why don't we go? Linda, did you say there were other people that want to speak?
I believe the owner is here. Joe is here, who did the window, the structure survey with me. I'd like you to say something about it.
Kind of covered everything. So, I mean, they're just two little warts that were added on. You can see the existing rafters in the photos. They never cut them off. They just built around it. And they just went around an existing window that was there. So, but you can see the rake, there's a break in it, and you can see the new foundation, there's everything that's settling. So it's, you can tell it's not a continuous structure.
Right.
Sadly.
Okay. Thank you, Joseph. Holly, you ready?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So there is an HDC survey on file. It's called Sachem's Corner Garage / Guest House. I'm assuming that the guest house portion, when we did the town of Nantucket did the 89 survey, indicating it to circa 1925, that the little wart cottages were on there in 89. It is indicated now as contributing. So obviously it had these strange interior use. Do appreciate the interior photos. It's very helpful to discern on how they kind of chopped up to added these funky warts onto it. At the end of the day, it is still shameful to have a structure to be demolished. It should be moved off site. Understand it. It can't work on the location. It needs to get out of the septic fields. Understand that. However, at the end of the day, it was clearly shown in the 1957 aerial maps. We do have a survey. I'd hate to see it demolished. I'd rather see it moved off site. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Mickey, are you in on this one?
Sure.
I object to his comments again. It's not in the old historic district.
Yep.
And he's not in a butter.
Some effort should be made to save this building, either by modifying the structure so it fits, perhaps by removing the two later additions, or seek a special permit to retain the existing non-conforming setback on that side. There's also the notion that maybe this could go within the 20-foot setback if it doesn't have a full foundation. Thank you.
The 20-foot setback I was referring to was the zoning required setback on Sachem's, and that is not to be violated. And the 20-foot setback from the septic is if we had a crawl space. If it was on a slab, and these are not on the same level, so we'd have to completely destroy the entire two additions because they're 2 feet below.
It is on a slab, right?
Only the garage. The other two seem to be on some
Okay,
sort of a
well,
crawl space, but 2 feet below the garage.
The information. Thank you, Linda. Mickey, you're all set, right? Yeah. Okay. All right. So,
Chairman,
yes,
there's Hillary has her hand up.
Hillary.
Yes, hi.
Hi.
Hi, thanks so much for recognizing me. So, Mr. Chair, is this a public hearing to consider a demolition?
Apparently so.
Oh,
Yeah.
great. That's good. I wanted to confirm that because I did note that someone tried to discourage Mickey from speaking. And I am also not in a butter, but I'm a resident of this historic district. And part of the value of my interest in Nantucket is because of historic structures such as this one. And you've heard from your staff that it's a contributing historic structure. And you'll also hear from me that it's a contributing historic structure. I also want to note that the minutes that you have in front of you from the meeting on the 14th, I know there was some interruption because of the changeover in your minute taker in the retirement of Terry, but the minutes say that there were no concerns. And I went and listened to the recording, and there were actually lots of concerns expressed about this application. There was concern from Commissioner Camp that she didn't want to see a demo. Commissioner Coombs asked to make it work on the site and offered specific suggestions. Commissioner Welch asked that more inquiries be made about a variance or accommodation. And Commissioner Thornwell also commented that you hadn't worked hard enough to keep it on the site. And then there was also a discussion on January 10th of this structure, and those minutes weren't included in the packet, but I did go back and listen to that recording. And all of the same concerns were expressed, exactly the same concerns. So I just want to point out for the group that the applicant has not provided any evidence that there were discussions regarding a variance or a change to the septic to allow preservation of the historic outbuilding. And so then there was also a comment from you, Mr. Chairman, in the January 10th meeting that the septic seemed large. So the whole premise here is that
me?
Are you kidding?
the whole premise here is that the septic needs to be upgraded, and that is making the demolition of the outbuilding necessary. The reason why the septic is large is that according to a Fisher Real Estate listing online, this 3-bedroom, 2.5 bath house has an existing 4-bedroom septic with a design for a 6-bedroom pending completion. It's absolutely within the purview of any owner to want to expand their septic or change their building in any way. But what is happening here is that this historic outbuilding that is cute and is contributing to the district is being proposed for demolition because the 4-bedroom septic is being expanded to a 6-bedroom septic. The 4-bedroom septic, if it needs upgrading, can be upgraded in its existing permit. And I think that this commission should consider whether or not it wants to issue a demolition permit for an unnecessary septic, which is actually part of a real estate development plan for this property. It's very upsetting. It's
Mr. Chairman, I have to bring a point of order here.
And this is a public hearing, and I'm not finished.
It is a point of order.
I request that you deny this application with prejudice. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, can I respond to that?
Mr. Chairman, can I respond to that instead of Linda?
Yeah, because what she just said is not true
Linda.
at
give me a
all.
second. So,
I'm
Mr.
tired
Chairman,
of it.
what Hillary said is actually an entire distraction from reality of what's before you. It doesn't like, I appreciate that she likes to demonize anybody who wants to do anything to their property, but it doesn't matter, right? There's no suggestion that this has to happen because the owner wants to do something. This commission has inappropriately engaged in that conversation when the only question really before you is whether or not you are approving or disproving the proposed exterior architectural features of these structures and whether or not you're approving the demolition or removal of this building. Your enabling act at section 6 says that you are authorized to refuse the raising of structures if you find that they are of such architectural or historic significance that the demolition or raising of those structures would be a significant negative to the, I'm sorry, the word is significant detriment to the public interest of the town of Nantucket or the village of Siasconset. I don't think that anyone would argue that how cute these buildings are raises them to a level of architectural or historical significance that they would not be allowed to be demolished or removed from the site, especially in comparison to this board's long history of making those decisions. You can't just say, well, it's old or it's cute or I like it or whatever, and then say, well, we don't want to allow anything. It's better if it's moved. It's better if it's reused. Sometimes it's important to know what's going on, but in reality, the only question before you is whether or not this building is of such architectural or historical significance that you could deny its raising or removal. And I would suggest that that is not the case.
Okay.
Everything else is a
Survey also
distraction.
says non-contributing.
Okay, so thank you, Stephen. Thank you, Hillary, for your comments. I'm going to take it to the board now.
Wait, can we clarify something? Because when she was going on and on,
No,
she said that one of the meetings said Steve was sitting on it. That's what I'm saying. I'm
I
not sure this
heard
is the
that,
right.
but then I heard that there was another meeting subsequent to that. So I'm imagining that Stephen did not make that next meeting because he is not on it.
We wouldn't have gone forward with it. We did not go forward with
Mr.
it
Chair.
when he wasn't here. We held it.
I can't speak for the official minutes, but I can go off my notes. And I
Go
have
off your notes.
Abby, Diane, Carrie, Stephen, Ray. And that was
The last meeting?
that was
Yeah.
March 14th.
Well,
You
Stephen.
are sitting on it.
I'm not
Okay.
on the list on the agenda.
Yeah.
Well, the
no,
agenda's
but,
wrong.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
And with all due respect, you know, this is obviously, can be a little. We're all human. We all make mistakes. So it can be sometimes that happens and we have the wrong
Okay, so let me
information.
make sure I got that right. I do recall Abby being on
Yes,
this,
Abby was.
and there were some mentions of things that she said. So you had myself, obviously, I remember that I was on it.
Yep.
You had Stephen, you had Diane,
Yep.
Abby,
Yep. And Carrie,
and Carrie, and no Jesse.
No, but I was.
I think,
I think you were
didn't
here for
speak.
one of
I
them.
think
not
you were
maybe
sitting
both.
as an alternate.
There were 2 times we were here.
Yep. That was March 14th. And then Jesse, you did speak at the first meeting that this was heard. I don't know what the date of that was. I think it was in
January.
January.
Why, Jesse?
I had Jesse, Carrie, Abby, Diane, and Ray at that point.
What was the date of the first one?
I don't know what the date. It was sometime in January.
10th.
I don't
Maybe.
believe I was here, so I may have been an alternate.
Yes.
And then Jesse wasn't here, so I sat in.
Yes, I believe that is
Yeah,
exactly.
so I'd
what
like you
happened.
to sit again.
And I'll just take a brief moment to say this is why you put all of the minutes in something that is continued business. Thank you.
Okay.
Because I don't believe the next one is correct either.
Oh, great. Okay, so myself, Stephen, Diane, Carrie, Jesse. Is
Okay.
that what we have? 1, 2, 3.
In place of Abby.
In place of Abby,
Okay.
correct. All right, here we go, board members. Like,
Mr. Chair, since this is a public hearing, could I just respond very briefly? I'll keep it super brief.
Are you responding to Linda's comments or,
Steve,
I just like.
to Stephen's comments?
and I object to
yeah,
being able to
okay.
go
I
back
was,
and
I
forth.
was, I just want to say, it is a historic structure and I can understand that neighborhoods need to change. And I looked at this neighborhood. I mean, there are a lot of enormous houses. And I think it's legitimate to say, do we really want little cottage? This cottage looks to me like a recycled cottage. It could have been someone's
Oh my
scallop
God.
shop, or it could have been built to be in the style of, but do we want buildings like this? Do we want small bungalows? Because the market will mean, if we follow the market, these will go away. And
I don't know what she's talking about.
Okay.
It is
No,
not a
no.
cottage
Linda,
and it
stop,
says
please.
non-contributing.
Okay, Hillary have you?
We're not touching the
Have
bungalow.
you delivered your message?
I mean, this is ridiculous.
I just wanted to I just hope that the commission has heard that in the past you asked for accommodation to be made to keep the cottage, the outbuilding rather there, by changing the septic. And the
Correct.
reason the septic is
Well,
large
we
is
offered another.
I object
another-
again.
that
She doesn't
it
know
is
what
a
she's talking
6
about.
I suggest, I would ask then that the commissioners ask again about the size of the septic, because the public information I found was that the septic is larger than it needs to be, and that is forcing the need to demolish the cottage. And it would be a benefit to the community if the cottage remained.
Understood.
It's
Okay, thank you.
underneath
Linda-
whatever we do to it. It's under the cottage and
Linda-
it's not a cottage. It's a
Okay.
garage.
Okay, to the board. That's it.
I just, compelled to clarify, this is a public meeting. This is not a public hearing. In Massachusetts, a public hearing has different requirements for regulatory boards, which includes 2-week public notice and other various requirements. So I just want to clarify that.
Okay.
I'll hold my other comments if you're going to take a motion.
Uh,
Oh, the other thing I'll say is I was listening to you all on YouTube because I just can't get enough of you while I was away. So I could still sit on this.
well,
You get to
are.
relive it.
So again, listen, no comments. Myself, Stephen, Diane, Jesse, Carrie, I would like to hear from one of you folks, please. So we get it started.
Thank you.
Is that you, Diane?
Yes, I just was seeing if I was unmuted. I got muted for some reason or other.
Mhm.
So I'm unmuted and being heard.
Are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay, go ahead.
I was very, very interested to see the garage and its interior. It is in perfect shape. It has been well taken care of. There's no deterioration. There's no redoing, no boards, beams that look like they need to be fixed. I think that it would be a very careless thing to just to demo it for no reason. It's, look at the pictures that we have. It has been well maintained. And in the new review of our buildings, I believe Holly read that it was a contributing, it is now regarded as a contributing entity. So I think it should be used as the very last, it should be moved, but why would we demo a building that is in perfect shape? I don't understand. There's another one. Is it up this?
Is that it, Diane?
Okay, that's it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Who's next?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
if I may, I apologize. I wanted to clarify, because this keeps on getting brought up. When we have surveys done, we had surveys done in 1989, structures that did not meet the 50-year mark. Again, this is why we don't survey structures that are non-contributing. They said that this structure did not meet the 50-year mark and therefore non-contributing. Obviously, and I will say that this HTC survey for this structure does not indicate a date. That was me indicating it from the bungalow. It's on the site, which is 1925. So,
Well, thank you for
wanted
that.
to
I think
clarify
I think
that.
all the board members having, experienced this a number of times are familiar with the fact that the macro surveys are not always accurate.
And this is why surveying our
Why
historic
we're
resources are
redoing them now.
important.
Right.
So and as a caveat for all agents and applicants from here on out, if you pull one of these 89 surveys that say non-contributing, that's erroneous, because our time frame and our period of significance has changed up to 1975. Again,
And
why our
sometimes they're just
surveying is
downright
important.
wrong.
Yes, thank you,
Yeah.
Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Holly. Who's next? Board member.
Go.
Thank you, Karen.
I think you have really not shown an effort to reuse this building somewhere. If you're going to develop the property, it's an opportunity to reuse this little building as a real cottage. I think you can go a little further and get special permits to shift it so you can do your septic.
It's a variance
reuse the
Hang
building.
on.
Why can't you try to get it?
because it's not, it's
No, no,
owner
no, no,
created
back and
hardship.
forth. She's just telling.
They
you
don't
what-
grant them like that.
Stop. Go.
Well, I still think you haven't shown any effort to place it on the site, maybe change the shape of the septic system to retain this little cottage. I think, or garage building, it's a funky, unique little structure, and we really are losing them. And it's
Okay.
a real shame.
Carrie, thank you. Jesse?
Yeah, so I'm with the board on a lot of it and not on some of it, with the fact that I do feel that the septic system or the building itself, the building is pre-existing non-conforming. It's in a setback. That is an advantage if you can get a variance with moving it. And
No, you can't.
and I think that certainly is possible. And I don't see why you can't move the septic system, shift it to the left.
What do you mean left, east, west, north, or south?
Station Road.
You
No,
can't put it
it's
in the
not a
setback.
Q and A right now. He's just making his observation.
Well,
Go
there's-
ahead,
yeah,
Jesse.
there's certainly space there. Maybe not as much as you need.
It has to do with the guys next door to us
Linda,
that we
stop.
can't move it.
Stop.
It's not just us.
Jesse, continue.
Wellheads or whatever.
Yes.
Linda,
Okay, so, the fact that this is the
Christ.
system septic, does, affect my decision because we're trying to save the building. Now, with that said, the building itself, it does, I'm not, how do I put it? I'm not as concerned about the building being demolished as much as if you still have an opportunity to save it. And I don't think you've really exercised.
We have.
Is that it, Jesse?
Yeah.
Stephen?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think I'm not going to get into preaching to people about what our missions are and all that stuff. If by virtue of the fact that there isn't historical context for this with respect to a well-known architect or builder or family affair. It has clearly had additions off the rear, which have made it, or off to the side, I guess, if I'm
Off to
looking
the
at this
side,
correctly
yeah.
from the aerial, that have made it usable as some type of a studio at least. But that's not the threshold in my mind. This is something that would be passable as a move demo in the past. Recently, we approved it, such a thing, if 2 walls were saved and reused on the property. So maybe you could volunteer to save 2 walls and reuse them on the property. We need to be consistent.
Okay. Stephen, thank you. The only thing that I have to offer, given the new photographs, is I would not object. I would not be against removing the 2 bedroom wings because they're clearly added on. And I do, coincidentally, that would leave the portion of the building that's the older portion plus the portion that's the slab, which was the original garage. And that might free up some space to be able to have the septic system and the building work together.
You would have to move forward.
Yeah, understood.
Just to clarify, Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
that was sarcasm I was using, if later quoted.
Oh,
Thank you.
Which
Which part
piece
is the sarcasm?
Well, probably most of it. The part about saving 2 walls.
Oh, that. Yeah, okay. All right. Okay, what would we do with this? I think there's a pretty clear idea.
Do you want to give me a move off then and leave it not the demo? It has to go. We have to put the new septic in. Regardless of what she has to say about size and appropriateness, it's none of her business.
Well,
But the other issue is, can we get it off the site? Because we have had somebody say they're willing to look at it to move it, cut up in 4 pieces, but they're willing to move it. But because to try to get it down Gosnold or Hinckley is going to be
What's
tough,
the pleasure of the board?
but it will fit on 1 truck.
well, I think as a practical matter, a move off-site is also could be considered a demo because we don't have any control over that at that point. So, I mean, just to be fair to everyone sitting, it would probably, unless there's someone identified and signed up, it would be a move demo. Based on the comments I had, I would prefer that, the wings come off and it be reused on the site. I understand may not be practical. But I think it's not inappropriate to have a move off.
But that's not a motion, is it?
No,
Okay,
just
didn't think so.
at this point, it just seems like maybe we want a little more discussion, maybe not.
Well, it seems like, Mr. Chairman, can I clarify through the septic issue? That's not before you, first off. Second off, they still don't have enough ground cover to expand the bungalow. So that's off the table. And they cannot put it in the front yard setback on Sachem. So that's off the table because we can't move the septic because of the guys on all 3 sides of us, because it has to go there because of everybody else's wells. So either it gets demolished or it moves.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Linda, I just want to clarify something. You're saying, and I want you to be very clear about this, that the ground cover cannot be expanded beyond what the current main structure is?
That's my understanding because it's on a sub-minimum lot. I have to look at the site plan, which you have from Jeff, but if you look at the site plan, which I believe is in the file, but maybe not be in this current packet, but I think I included it in your little packet there. And it's up on the screen at one point.
And the reason I ask is because I don't think that this is going to be approved unless the there's a restriction on the size of any
I think it's limited by,
future.
obviously, it's going to be limited by whatever the septic is, everybody else's septics, everybody's wells, setbacks, because it's very close to the 20-foot setback
I got
on Sachem's.
I
So
got
you're not going there and you can't go into the 10, 10 and 10. So there's very little room
Okay,
here.
let's give it back to Steve and go.
I think the site plan's in there, Steve.
Yeah.
At the end, I
this
think
is
maybe.
kind of a weird thing. I mean, it's hard to condition a future.
I
You can't really
wish that
defer
somebody-
action.
One of the sitting board members, I really wish
Steve.
that
Thank you.
somebody would move this
Ah.
in some.
I'm just taking a look at the legible document here for a moment. Please, everyone, back off.
Hey,
Yeah. Stop.
Yeah, 1,500. Yeah, no,
Yeah.
the ground, there's more available ground coverage here.
I would just make a motion that it can be moved on site at this
Okay.
point,
Um,
the whole structure.
I don't want that. I'd rather you hold it. I don't want that. We can't move it on site because we can't go into the setback.
somebody moved to,
Hold for revisions or further.
Motion to hold for
now that
revisions.
you've heard our comment. Okay, so there's Stephen's motion to hold for revisions. On Stephen's motion, Carrie,
Aye.
very good. Jesse? Aye. Thank you. Diane?
Aye.
She's there.
Okay, Stephen on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Holly, you about to say something? Okay. Okay, Stephen, you get to take.
Thank you so much.
Listen.
Okay,
there's a million things.
yeah, that's what I thought. Thank you.
Is this yours?
That no went back to the file.
Goes back.
Okay.
Can I have that back just for Jesse, please? Sorry.
Yeah.
It was me.
Yeah, Stephen made a motion.
Okay, guys, we're gonna move to 81 Main Street.
Just wanna
Linda,
make
you're,
Sure that goes back in the. file.
Linda. Thank you.
Mm,
Your board is myself,
Hold on.
Diane, Jesse, Connie, and there are no alternates.
I don't think that's right.
Okay, so let's clear it up now, but as opposed to a back and forth, staff, please review your information and determine within the next 30 seconds if we have a different sitting
I
board.
think Holly has her.
And we're going to have a moment of 30-second silence in honor of silence while that's being done.
Can we put the stuff
Linda,
back in the file?
That's not silence.
The file, the stuff
No,
is still on the. tape?
yes, when we're done.
Okay.
Please,
I wanna
don't get
copy
my
it again.
blood going here.
I'm not copying it.
That's my line.
Yeah.
I have Val, Stephen, and Diane, and I think there's other ones, but I didn't have that written down.
Yeah, but would you have recused?
Listen,
Val, Stephen, and Diane. Val, do you recall recusing? Do you have a reason you were recused on this?
No, because I remember your comments. Val, because you had comments
Okay.
about it.
Do we have the date of the last hearing? Okay, so this wasn't Terry moving it, not anything wrong with Terry, but she was at one point, if you left the room, moving you to recuse. So we know that that's not it. So
Right.
it seems like we have an error in the alignment of membership sitting on a few of these, and I would ask that Esme, you would kind of preview the next group as we're going in hopes of identifying whether we have any future issues for today's meeting.
So who do I have
So
on this?
it's myself, Diane, Val, and who else recalls sitting on this?
It was
Anyone?
Abby, but she's. not
Abby's
here.
not here.
Does it say I'm not?
But forget, yeah, you can't believe what you read. It's like the internet. Does anyone else recall sitting on this?
We had that weird dormer that went over the ridge and we changed it. Do you remember that?
Okay, can we put it up? We're gonna spend another 15 seconds getting this
Yes,
resolved.
I remember.
I thought Ray was here. Should
Elevation,
have been
please.
gone. Ray, do you
I
remember
was
this?
not on it.
Okay. you
I
might have been gone.
remember. See-
Linda, please.
Hmm?
Elevation, please. The page panel is your friend.
This is my supplemental. packet?
There you go. Jesse or Connie, can we get rid of the people?
The who?
Jesse or Connie, do you recall this, sitting on this?
Carrie was on this, weren't you?
First answer is yes or no. You do recall sitting on it? So Connie was on it.
Okay.
Jesse, do you recall sitting on it? Jesse, do you
I don't
recall
think
sitting
Jesse
on
was
it?
here.
Okay, so Jesse's not on it. Connie's on it.
Abby's away.
I do remember.
I remember your comment,
Diane's on it.
Yeah.
and Val's on it.
because Val
1,
said to
2,
take the
3,
thing off the
4.
ridge and.
Carrie,
That'd be
do you
fine.
recall sitting on this?
You don't remember you being here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This was placed on consent.
Oh.
On March 21st, it was part of that big packet and, the reason why Val, Ray, and Carrie were recused because it was all through that consent, and they were recusing for all the consents.
And then, okay, then how did it make it back to us?
There was no board.
There was no board that
It got pulled off of consent.
Linda, please.
to be for revisions.
Okay, so the vote on the prior was a motion for consent,
Vote
but that,
for revisions, revised dormer configuration by Abby.
right. So the right move on this would be, at the very least, that the original board sits on the application and we clean up any potential mess of the consent matter as a separate matter through some type of a motion at the next meeting, which I'll have to figure out and we can look
All right,
into.
so who is it?
So Linda, please let us do our jobs. It is myself,
Yep.
Diane,
Yep.
Connie, Val, and Carrie. Okay?
Do you remember sitting on it, Carrie?
Looking at this and.
So she was an alternate at the very least. Jesse did not recall.
No, I'm pretty sure if Jesse wasn't.
So if there's a change that we need to make to clean that up, we'll make it in the next one. And I just want to urge you guys that this is wicked important. So with that said, can we please go to Linda, and what changes have you made?
It was weird.
Briefly.
It was over the, Val's the one who went after this. She saw it. It was, the two dormers met over the ridge to give us a little more headroom.
Can we go to the
And
next one?
no, that's the one I want you to look at. And guys, that was over the ridge, and then we took it off the ridge, and now they're just regular dormers. They said that was the
Can we
advice.
go to the next one, please?
That's the one they told us to
I
do,
wanna
was
look at
take it
this
off.
one. Thank you.
I think the original proposal's up on the right, maybe.
It's the existing, it doesn't show it.
Okay, well, we took them off the ridge so they don't meet at the ridge anymore because they
Right.
were actually over the top of the ridge. And you said, just take them off the ridge, make them normal dormers, which we did. End of
Okay.
story.
Excellent. Thank
And
you.
I gave you pictures
Thank you.
of dormers
Thank you,
all over
Linda.
town.
Thank you, Linda. Thank you. We appreciate it. We have the images. I presume you guys are all prepared to speak on this. Who would like to?
Mr. Chair.
Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is a circa 1760 typical Nantucket within the OHD. Appreciate the photos in the file. I believe this dormer will be most visible from Walnut Lane. Understanding that there are examples of small dormers and 3-story dormers, but they were atypical, done after historic buildings built and before building with Nantucket in mind. The dormer running into the ridge is not appropriate, as and mentioned so in building with Nantucket in mind. Appreciate TDL windows though. And I know that was one of the comments that Commissioner Oliver had mentioned, that they should not be SDL, and that it is the most egregious part about adding with the wedding cake look at the north was also a comment that was previously mentioned. So again, and also notate for the record, one, I appreciate that the plans indicate the existing historic structures, existing conditions. However, it would have been nice to show the previous proposal so the commissioners understand where it goes, how it's evolved to where it is now. So again, still not appropriate. And those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Just point
Thank
out
you.
quickly, Mr.
No,
Chairman,
no, wait.
because it's in
Please.
your packet.
Linda, please.
All right, it's not
We-
visible
you
from the north.
will- You'll have a half a minute to speak when we finish before the board
All right,
comments.
usually we don't get
Is
that.
there any? Well, that's how I do it. Are there any abutters? Okay,
Yep,
can we
I'm in
identify?
a butter.
Okay, so can you identify yourself, please, and your street address?
Hi, Hillary Rayport, 89 Main Street.
Oh, hi, Hillary, sorry.
Hi,
She's not in a butter.
I'm in a
Um,
butter.
okay, for now, we're
Even if I
gonna,
weren't in a butter, as a member of the historic district, I think I have a right to have an opinion.
oh, wait, Hillary, please listen.
Nope.
Please listen. We have a process. Abutters speak before members of the public.
Oh,
So I'm
okay,
simply
well,
please don't interrupt. We don't need two of that going on. I would like to understand, are you considering yourself an abutter directly abutting this property? Do you have property that's contiguous to this or not?
I'm on the same block.
Street. Okay,
as
so
the-
we have so bear with me a moment, please. So no other hands up? Okay, so we have no abutters speaking. Hillary, you're on deck. Go ahead and speak. Thank you.
Yeah, I actually think I am within 300 feet of this property, but regardless, thank you for the opportunity.
That's
to
not the point.
So I certainly am not someone who wants to demonize people who want to change their property, but I do want to keep Nantucket looking beautiful. And I think that the architecture is a big part of why we're all here, especially I know I'm preaching to the choir on that one. I know that it's attractive to have a little more light in these upper spaces. But when you have these dormers and these additional lines, you're really taking away from the simple forms that is really all we have on Nantucket. You know, we don't have a lot of fancy stuff. We have simple forms, and that's what it's all about. So, I mean, I don't know if maybe a small skylight might be a way to get some light in there. I look at this and I see something that complicates a roof line. I echo Holly's comments. And, you know, I know it's desirable for the person who lives in the building, but it's not going to be desirable for the people enjoying historic Main Street.
Oh, boy.
Thank you.
Thank you, Hillary. I take it you have something?
Sure. So an independent freestanding dormer might be acceptable, but not one that runs into the other roof plane as this one does on both sides.
Who are you representing?
Thank you.
And
Please,
the
we're not under a cross exam.
I'm writing it down.
and the ridge, the high point of the proposed dormer should come off the ridge a little bit, as it usually should on an old building.
And Mickey, since it's been asked, could you please repeat who it is that you're speaking on behalf of?
I'm representing the former HSAB group, which is myself, Angus McLeod, Jason Leonardo Finger, Lucy Dillon, and Mary Bergman.
Okay, thank you.
Now, did you
let's-
say I get 30
you have
seconds?
30 seconds. Keep it
Yeah,
factual.
the north elevation is not visible. I've given you 5 pictures telling you the north elevation is not visible through huge houses, including one of the NHA houses on Liberty Street. So it is not visible.
Okay.
The only thing that's visible is the dormer from Walnut. And I gave you the dormers, the third floor gable dormers next to us, the ones behind us on the historic house, the third floor dormers across the street, the ones across the street from that. And I've given you several pictures of things that this board has approved because I
Okay.
sat on most of them.
Okay.
So I'm kind of mystified about this because a lot of the ones I gave you, the thing dies into the third floor
Linda,
because you have
Linda,
the space up there.
Linda, if you want.
And this is
know,
what you
it
asked
gives
me to
it-
do.
I understand. It gives you a chance to rebut. The commissioners have not spoken yet, so please give us an opportunity. Thank you. Who would like to begin with their concerns, if any?
Well,
Thank you, Val.
I don't think I mind a dormer. I just don't think it should die into the building. It needs to be separated. You have a picture of third floor dormers that says Main Fair, Pine, Orange, and smaller streets. And there's one that's fairly similar. Yeah,
Okay, we're going to break it up a little bit. Connie?
Yeah, I don't mind the dormers either if they didn't go right into the roof line.
And to our members online, Diane?
I think she's still muted.
Okay, give her another second. If not, Carrie, you can go. Uno, dos, tres. Go ahead, Carrie.
There,
Yeah, I agree that.
Hold
it
on,
should-
Diane.
I agree that it should be an individual dormer and possibly single windows, small dormers aligned with windows down below.
Okay, thank you. Diane?
yes, I think it should be a single dormer. I haven't seen so many pictures with the dormer running into the roof on other places. And as I've said before, it doesn't matter. It matters on this building what looks appropriate. So a single dormer or a little double dormer, not joined, would be good, but not the dormer that's there.
Okay,
Thank
and thank you, Diane. And Carrie, can I get clarification? Are you saying it should be a single dormer or a disconnected dormer? Or, okay, so can you, well, there's an east
is
and a
a
west,
single
so can you
dormer.
tell me which elevation should be disconnected?
And when we have two windows, I think it's this.
They all should be.
Right. So you're saying you prefer them to be separated, disconnected,
Single window dormer.
and a single window dormer? Okay. Okay, because we're having different members are saying different things about single. And Linda, through the chair, go ahead, Stephen.
Aren't you on the, aren't you
Which,
the
yeah,
chair?
which side are you saying is not visible at all?
The one right behind you. I believe that's west, maybe. That's not visible at all.
Okay, so I agree with the statement that simple forms are what Nantucket structures are about. I think dormers are really not part of that, but they are in kind of funky forms over history built up and put in place, which tells a little bit of a story. All that's metered by the degree of visibility, if any. My feelings on this, our appropriateness is that the east would be
Walnut Street.
disconnected and a single window, and the west is fine as it is due to lack of visibility.
Okay.
I also appreciate changing the oversized under fenestrated cupola to two dormers. So thank you for that.
The what?
It was an oversized under fenestrated cupola the first time it came in.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah,
don't have a cupola.
It went through the roof. Forget it.
No, I don't have a cupola. I never wanted a cupola.
Ah, you're missing the point.
And I'm not doing a nuanced
Okay.
joke.
Okay. I don't want to back up, but you basically drew an oversized cupola without windows. That's what that was. So I was just making light of it. That
Oh,
you
the
changed
original
it.
that went across the
So,
roof.
yes. So thank you for changing that.
Okay, not a cupola.
And I really hope we can get back to the lighter hour before 6 o'clock. Is there a motion?
Based on what you just said.
I'm just asking for a motion.
A motion would be to separate on the west
East.
side and the east side. East side, well, you have it proposed on the west side as well. And it shouldn't be a dormer running into the roof. It should be a small single window dormer.
Can I leave the
Through
east west
staff.
alone?
I'm sorry, Diane, could you repeat that?
Okay. You had mentioned it would be on the east side. And they have the one drawing that we have up, I have up, is proposed is the west elevation, which shows
No,
the
go to the
dormer.
next one.
We're going to the east if
That's the one you're
you wanted
talking
to look
about.
at.
Right.
Okay,
And that dormer would be a single window dormer, a single dormer with a single window in it. And it would be through staff. And I believe the west dormer, which is claimed to be not visible, would remain.
okay. So just to restate, if I may, Diane, I think I got it, but I want to make sure. The east would be a single window disconnected. The west would remain as is through staff.
Right.
Okay. On your motion, Diane,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
let's see, Val,
No.
Carrie?
No, I think they both sides should be.
Yeah,
No.
I do too.
So I get to split the baby here. I'm gonna be a yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so that carries 3-2 and we'll go to pizza break and then, thank you,
Oh, is it
Mr.
here?
Chair, you get to do 9 Woodbury Lane.
Is it here?
I didn't see the pizza come in.
Yeah, it's here.
I can't wait to announce that. Old business. It'll be for Tuesday and
On,
Are not unmuted.
we're unmuted. We're live. Okay, we're back. We are now at 9 Woodbury Lane. Board on this one is myself, Stephen, no Abby, so we'll get back to that. Val, Jesse, and I'll go with Connie on this one. Those are one of the 3 alternates. Okay, and I guess, do we have James on?
Good evening. Can you guys hear me?
James, hit it.
Can I share my screen, please?
You can.
Thank you. So again, this is 9 Woodbury. We've been before you with this previously. We've made substantial changes to simplify this structure and take away a lot of the elements that the board wasn't necessarily too keen on. The greatest of which is we've removed a secondary mass and attached garage from the front main mass, and proposed a new business item to be talked about down the line, which would be a detached garage. The bulk of the changes you can see are on the southern elevation. If you can see my screen now, we've removed the entirety of the attached mass, and now we just have a very classic 5-bay to reconcile. Some of the other changes that were made based upon board member comments were the front door pediment and detailing was a little weak. So we have increased it. We've added side lights. We've mimicked 6 and 9 Barnabas as examples, which I can go back to and show. You can see on the window sheet. And subsequently, we've also taken all of the windows and made them all the same. Previously, we were proposing 9/9s on the front, and or I'm sorry, 6/6 on the front and 6/1 in other locations. Now they're proposed as 6/1 everywhere. Additionally speaking, we've made a substantial change to the secondary mass to the rear. There was a gable and a recessed mass that was reading as modern. We have translated that back to a more regular single dormer stepping downward. Windows and glazing remain similar. And then on the western elevation, that previous gable that you saw before is now just 3 very regular small dormers. Windows have adjusted accordingly on these elevations as well. And then obviously the entirety of the mass that was removed from the north is no longer there in this application. Just to remind everybody that the colors on this are gray trim, gray windows, natural weather everywhere. And, we've made substantial changes and we look forward to your comments.
Okay, thank you. Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is a infill actually to replace the house that was previously there, that exploded in 2020. Their original house was built in 1988. And obviously the subdivision is an example of Nantucket architecture. It's infill within the OHD. I should say it's a representative subdivision within our National Historic Landmark nomination. Appreciate the removing of the attached garage. Just want to mention to the commission that STL windows are being proposed within the OHD. So obviously leave that up to you all. Appreciate the door existing within the appreciate the photo of the existing door within the subdivision. It was very helpful. To be more appropriate, the second floor window headers could be pushed into the eave. Appreciate the chimney moving inside the 1-story additive mass on the rear. Still could use a chimney in the main block, and that would be more historically appropriate. The west, appreciate the changes of running the second mass gable towards the main block. More successful, but something is missing and looks odd with the gable of the main block eave line matching the flush dormers. The entire second mast needs to be more subordinate, in my opinion. And then on the east, I question with the change from the gable second additive odd mast that's more modern, which James mentioned he changed to be more historically accurate. But now we have that second story porch things with the doors, and I'm just curious, that's an atypical configuration as far as normally you'd have a window in there, your meeting rails would match, but in this instance now we have an atypical door in that it looks again atypical. So those are my comments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Very good. Holly, thank you. Mickey.
Yes, so the projecting flat roofed front portico is not in keeping with the style of the building and it should be removed. The front door side lights should have a lower panel instead of, I think there are 5 lights now, maybe. There should be a chimney in the main mass. Windows should be 6/6. All the French doors ought to have kick panels, 12 light with kick panel. The west elevation, could you scroll to the west?
What about the west?
Oh,
Sorry.
James, could you
Sorry.
go yeah, there you go. Thank you.
I was clicking the wrong one.
Got it.
Got it.
All right, so the west elevation looks too busy with the 5 windows. It should be reduced down to 4 windows on that forward main mass. The mullion windows should be separated on that central and rear wing. The rear deck on the other side, the east, should only project 8 feet if it's there at all. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mickey. Okay, who would like to begin? I'm gonna pick somebody. Let's see. Val.
Okay. I appreciate the evolution, James. Thank you. You're getting there. I agree with the 6/6 windows. I don't know why we didn't notice that before. Oh, I guess they were 6/6 before. I think my biggest concern is the east with the banks of gliding doors. And the balcony could maybe have 2 windows and a door in the middle. That would be more typical.
We could do that.
And I agree about the chimney.
Okay. Is that it?
Yep.
All right. Thank you, Stephen.
I'll go.
ahead.
I don't think you're on this, Diane. Connie was chosen as the associate.
No.
So they'll- we ready to go, Steve?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. James, I think this is your second to last one, so.
First to
appreciate-
last.
I appreciate your moving this along. The elevation by elevation, bear with me here. I was getting my computer booted up.
And Mr. Chair, sorry, Jesse sat on this originally.
Yeah, I have Jesse in. Yep.
Okay, south elevation, no concerns. East elevation, to the extent that those French doors are visible, I think you need to break up at least the triple on the second floor, and I think just triples is enough. I appreciate the changes on the west, and it wouldn't hurt to try and maybe break up some of those ganged windows a little bit. I think Val had commented on that too.
Mhm.
And somewhere along the lines of chimney came up. So I guess I agree with what's been said. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Stephen. Jesse, you ready?
Sure. Yeah, easier. Yeah, I think a chimney would be helpful. kick panels on the doors. I could go with either 6/6 or 6/1. And then on the, what side is this? The west elevation. As much as it is visible. The fenestration's a bit busy. Either removing that fifth window on the main mass might be helpful, or making that one full dormer instead of three little dormers on the second mass might help with that. So that's it. Thank you.
Jesse, thank you. Connie?
Nothing really further to add. I agree with the chimney and the east elevation with that little balcony and those French doors. But I appreciate the other changes.
Okay, Connie, thank you. Couple comments from me. One is I appreciate the references to the other porticos in the neighborhood. I would like you to be more faithful to them, like there's no column capitals here. The portico roof is supposed to, or the beam of that should be down at the level of the head of the door. And the door, by the way, I can't really understand because it looks like it has a casing around it that separates the door from the side lights. So that's not the way that's typically handled. So I would like to have more accurate detailing on the portico if that is to remain. Agree with the 5 windows on the west. Going to 4 would be an improvement. I like Jesse's comment about taking the 3 dormers on the west and going to 1 to simplify. And I like the 6/6 windows that you had formerly. Those are my comments. Where would we like to go with this, folks? Come on, somebody brave.
Do you
and
think that it
intrepid.
could be done through staff?
I do.
I'm perfectly happy to make some of these changes. Specifically, faux chimney, new, like I agree with Ray's comments regarding the portico. It's a little off what it should be. I think adding panels to the side lights per Mickey's comments makes sense. I think 6/6.
Are you
can be
making a
achievable.
motion?
I can
No,
try.
I think he's suggesting that he could hold this for some final revisions.
Well, I'm perfectly happy to try to do this through staff if possible,
Oh, okay.
if you'd like to make a motion.
I guess really the question is, what are you not okay with? James, to see if that is going to be okay with.
Oh, well, to be
Well-
completely honest, the things that are most important to us are the massing.
James,
Wait, so, okay.
I'm sorry. Val, I defer to you if you wanted to make a motion because you seem to have a few more concerns than I did. So if it was going to pass, I didn't want to.
Well, I can try.
Yeah. so-
Okay.
And do we want to do an exhibit A?
Yeah,
So could we please have a set of hard drawings?
good idea.
Great idea.
All right. A motion to approve through staff with the following changes.
Hmm.
Adding a chimney to the main mass.
Okay.
Changing the windows to 6/6 like you had before. Finessing the portico and the front door. Do I need to be specific about that?
You get it right, James?
That's correct. I understand what you're saying about the casing in
Okay.
particular, and then I think adding the panel makes more sense. It's closer to 6 Barnabas
Okay.
as an example.
On the east. To change the second floor triple doors to a single door with a kick panel and 2 windows.
Noted.
Oh, should all the doors be kick paneled? Yes.
Yes.
Okay. All the doors to be kick paneled. And then on the west, to eliminate one of the 5 windows on the main mass second floor,
Mhm.
make the dormer into 1 shed dormer.
correct?
And to separate or make single the windows in the middle mass below that in the kitchen. And I think that is the motion
That's it. You got it.
per Exhibit A
Okay.
Through staff.
through staff.
Staff. Okay, thanks for all that, Val.
Appreciate it.
On that motion, Jesse,
Aye.
Connie,
I,
Stephen,
Aye.
Val on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. There we go.
Thank you. I
Okay,
appreciate that.
So do we have Lindsay here for the landscape portion of this?
Yep, I'm here.
She's
All right.
writing it. We're gonna put for Exhibit A.
So let's do the same board. Just so we're consistent.
Yay. Oh, sorry, I didn't realize my mic.
Oh, I had a
Lindsay,
question
go.
about
Oh,
this. You
I
can have a
didn't-
pool here?
Yep.
No,
Yeah, you can have pools in the neighborhood.
The answer is it depends.
Depends on what passes in town meeting.
It depends on that. It depends on if they've got some covenant restrictions, but also depends on whether this was frozen with an A and R or a site plan.
What?
But thankfully, we're not zoning control.
correct.
The zoning office.
Well, this isn't the right one.
Right. So our, that's what I kind of wanted to say. So our plan is based off of, you know, an original version of this. We've just been tracking. So we still show the garage connected in this drawing. So I don't know if you want us to track now with the garage.
Well, you know, this is interesting, Lindsay, because removal of the garage. Well,
The
Okay.
garage is going to stay roughly the same way. It's just disconnected now, right? There's space in between.
well,
Or
there's gonna be a
theoretically.
lot of space between them. You know, there's not gonna be a lot of space between the garage and the house.
Can I ask?
Chair.
Yeah,
Yeah.
let's go to the garage first. Where is it on the?
Number
It's
10.
in new business right now.
So I get that because then Lindsay has to modify.
Yeah,
There's a
So do
path.
you want us to track
Track
with the garage?
Yeah, just hang tight, Lindsay.
right. So are we gonna just, we're gonna skip this until we get to the review?
Take up number 10 of new business.
So 10 on new business. All right, so the motion is to take up 10. This would include the people who are sitting on this application.
Mhm.
So Stevens made a motion to take up number 10 on new business. On that motion, Val,
Aye.
Jesse,
Aye.
Connie,
I,
Stephen,
Aye.
and me. Yep. Okay, 10 on new business.
All right.
hmm.
Aye. Bear with us, James.
I can share my screen as well. I'm just getting up to speed. Yes.
Go for it. James.
Let me try again. All right, so I already got a mini preview of what was proposed in the removal of the attached garage and the site plan that is slightly more in keeping and related to the pool, which is really relative to what Lindsay will speak to in a moment. You can see here. So you can see up on our screen. So what we did was we detached the garage very similar to right across the street at 10 Woodbury, also in keeping with several other garages, which I have a lot of precedents included within our set. But basically 10 Woodbury right across the street is a really good example of a 1.5-story structure, garage separated. Right now we've moved that towards the setback and added and kept it about 7 feet between the present dwelling and the proposed garage. The pool, as you'll see in the next application, is in the exact same place in both versions. It hasn't moved in the proposal. we've just been adjusting the house accordingly. So that's the location of the garage. What we've proposed in the garage right now, you can see a single story with a small studio space above it, with dormers in keeping with the dormers of the main structure, shed dormers to the north and south. Singular swinging doors, 4-panel. Again, this is gray trim, gray doors, gray everything. And you can see the massing here next to the structure. And here is its relative street elevation to kind of show its relative size and scale. Since we've moved this down and changed the rotation forward, it reads much smaller, less impactful, and it's just a nice little structure, to be completely honest. That's the proposal on the table. So
Okay,
that's it.
thanks. Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So again, this is infill within the Woodbury subdivision. Appreciate the garage being separate and back off of the new main house. However, it's not that far away from the main house. I believe it's about 5 feet off the facade of the main dwelling that you just approved through staff. The side shed dormers give this garage studio a rocket ship feel. That second floor eave should come down to eliminate the shingle space between the garage door headers and the second floor window. Also, check the trim package of the garage to the main house. It looks atypical and very modern. And also change that side door to a 12 light with a kick panel as appropriate within the OHD. And then obviously based on the previously approved, the recently approved main dwelling, change the windows to 6/6 to match. And then I just had a question on the garage doors. They seem to be atypical. I don't know if there's any examples of that, at least in this subdivision. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mickey.
Yes, so the proportions of the garage are pretty awkward. It's too tall and narrow. It should come down and to compare it to the one across the street, which does have sort of a nicer proportion than this one does. The garage doors need to be more traditional. The other doors should be 12 light with kick panel. And the dormers should be broken up into separate dormers with less shingled wall space. Thanks.
Thank you, Mickey. Okay, board members, same board as before.
I'll go.
Yep, thanks.
Thank you. So, it does definitely have that rocket ship feel to it. So, you're in a tight space and you're trying to keep away from the house. But whatever you can do to bring the height down and possibly the eaves, maybe the new windows.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I can barely hear you.
Sorry, James.
Thank you. Oh, I appreciate it. That's better.
So it's definitely has that rocket ship feel to it. And to mitigate that, anything that you can do to lower the height, possibly the eaves to meet the median rails on the dormers. And also, I think if the garage doors were a little wider, that would help too.
I like that.
And yeah, again, just trying to make it not look so tall and skinny.
Okay, Jesse, thank you. Who's next?
I guess I'll go.
Thanks.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So James, I think if you're going to have the garage toward the front, and this is not on a corner, some of the images you showed show the garage doors facing the street, but they are on a corner situation. And if it's going to be this far up as opposed to what exists is towards the rear of the lot, it's acceptable to be larger. I think you really want to follow 8 Woodbury is your model. Can you go to that image? And by the way, you have it in one drawing labeled 8 Woodbury.
Another one I made at 10.
Yeah, so 8 or 10, but you know which one I'm talking about.
This guy.
Yeah, why don't you go to the that one's fine, or you could go to the, yeah, that's probably fine. I wouldn't be adverse to the dormers coming out and be 3/4. A 1 3/4 story structure. But I think that this is more effective and given its location relative to the house, I think it's most appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Who's next? Val?
I don't want to repeat everything that's been said. It's already been said. The knee walls are basically too high, and the difference between this and that one that we have several pictures of, 10 or 8, is those dormers are pushed back up the roof. They're not flush. And I think that really makes a significant difference. So I agree with what's been said. Yeah.
Connie?
Yeah, I also agree with what's being said. It does look too tall and too thin. I like the ideas of the bigger doors. That might help. But yeah, nothing else to add.
Thank you, Connie. So yeah, the ridge needs to come down. It's much too vertical. And I would like to see, as Holly pointed out, some garage doors that are more typical. This layout almost looks like a people door ×2. But you have very good examples in the neighborhood of appropriate ones. So those are my comments. So should we hold for some revisions?
Yeah, and before we do, can we just programmatically through you, Mr. Chair? James, do you see those comments modifying the location in addition to the structure? So we know whether we should move forward with the pool or not?
Yeah, I believe that bringing the overall ridge height down is not much of an issue. I think the garage doors, we're open to changing them to almost anything. I'm happy to, go shopping with staff to figure that out. We'll change the windows to match everything, of course. And I think just making it lower in general will be very helpful. I can't necessarily move it to the north to make it further away from the structure. Right now,
James, if I may interrupt.
Sorry.
No, that's fine. Just more along the lines of, are you comfortable with the comments that have been made that the location will stay where it is?
Yes.
Okay, so I think there was a motion for revisions.
Noted.
Yeah, who did make the motion?
Was it Val?
Val, did you make a motion to hold for revisions?
Sure.
Oh, there it is. On that motion, Jesse,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
Val, your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay, so now we're back to the pool. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Lindsay, your turn.
Yep. So, I mean, as James said, pool's staying in the same.
Ooh.
There we go.
Ezzy, did you do that?
So I think the one addition that we would obviously make would be to add a gate, obviously between the proposed garage and the main house to shield view of the pool area in the back. We have evergreens going around the side, rear, or both sides in the rear to screen from neighbors. And I think the structures do the rest of blocking out the visibility of the pool area in the back. Small lot, so try to keep it simple.
Okay. Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The site plan should change, obviously, to accommodate the separation of the garage, what you just reviewed, especially how the pool is straight shot from the access into the property. So I do have concerns on what exactly that's going to look like, the narrowness of the garage, and what that the material that's going to be, because this is obviously for hardscaping as well, between the driveway and the pool. I assume it's going to be on the flip side of what is shown now. So of course, concerns on what that is going to look like. Those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, Holly, thank you. Thank you.
I would just suggest that this track with the garage, because it's got to be updated to show the separated garage. There's going to be walkways between and gates that he's mentioned. It just makes sense to have this track.
I would agree.
I agree.
Yeah, thanks, Mickey. I agree. What should we do with this, folks?
Motion to hold so it can track with the updated garage form
Like that. There is a motion from.
and revision. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And
I'll second for purpose of discussion, through you, Mr. Chair. Lindsay, obviously you heard the concerns. They're probably echoed by many of the members. It'd be beneficial for everyone if you were able to address those before, with a submission before this gets heard again. Thank you.
Yep. We'll do an elevation too, so you can.
All right. All right. So on Val Oliver's motion to have a track, Jesse.
Aye.
Connie.
Aye.
Stephen.
All right.
Val.
Aye.
And Ray. Aye. Okay, that's that. Now we're on to 307 Pulpus Road. Ford, Ray, Stephen, no Abby tonight, Diane, Val. No alternates. So there's a 4-person board.
That's
You
fine.
good?
Yep.
Okay.
So the last time we were here, I believe we all discussed some photographs, a date if I could establish it. So I've included photographs from the road, photographs of the structure itself. There is no date on there's no survey for it, and there's no date on the property report card. So maybe that's the year it was built, the permit I put in there, the building permit application, I believe is what that is to give you a date. Yeah. Yeah. And I did update we would like to request demolition and or move off. There are some interested parties in moving it off, and the applicant is open to that.
Okay.
I believe I updated the application.
You good?
Yeah.
Okay. I think this one goes straight to the 4 board members. Any comments, questions? et cetera?
Mr. Chair,
Oh, sorry.
I know we have it on our agenda that it's a demolition, but it should be a demo move. And as Tori said, that there are people interested in it. And I do appreciate the information that Tori provided on the at least trying to discern the age. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thanks. Who would like to begin?
Motion to approve is a demo move off.
Mhm.
Move off then.
Want to give it a try? Is that your motion? Okay, Val has made a motion.
Oh, sorry. I wasn't.
For demo move off. On that motion, Stephen,
Aye.
Diane. Yeah, you're muted, Diane. Okay, Val on your motion,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye,
there we go, thank you.
aye,
Yep,
aye.
gotcha, right, and I'm in favor. Okay. so
Thank you
there
very
go.
much.
Thanks, Tori. Now we're back to 69 Monomoy, myself, Diane, Val, Connie. Okay, once again, 4-person board. James, you good with that? Actually, I wonder. It's a new dwelling. Let's see. 69. Hey, James. 1, 2, 3.
Sorry, I'm back.
Yeah. Do you want to move forward with a 4-person board?
Who's missing today? Is it Abby?
Abby.
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good about it. I think we've made a lot of solid changes.
So you want to go ahead?
Yes, please.
All right, so we'll go ahead. So here we are, 69 Monomoy. Your turn, James.
I'll share my screen once again. Oh, it says I cannot. Here we go. I believe it's loading. Yes, 69 Monomoy is at the end of Monomoy where it dead ends. This is an undersized lot for the region, so the house itself is, its ground cover is fairly small, and we've tried to keep it that way. In the last iteration, the bulk of the comments that came were related to there wasn't a really solid secondary massing or a reduced secondary massing. And I believe Ray was not in love with a superfluous cross gable, which we have changed. Subsequent to that, we've made a lot of other minor changes that I think will be met with positivity. So for frame of reference, oh, sorry. So this is the north elevation. I apologize for losing track. This is the north elevation and the street elevation. Previously, it was a large gable forward with what was that superfluous cross gable. What we did was change it to an eave forward with a flush gable. We've reduced the size of the widow's walk to a 3-panel, and it's a third proportion to the main mass. Additionally, we've also reduced the windows on the front of the second floor, the C windows. We've reduced the front porch, or I'm sorry, the front balcony, and we've made the front porch wrap all the way around. One of the other comments that was made was our front door was a little too much like a side door, and our side door was a little too much like a patio door. So what we've done is we moved our side door to the mudroom, and we proposed a 5-panel with side lights and panels to match below. Additionally speaking, the other major change that we made was on the west elevation and the north elevation. Previously, you could see it was a full 2-story structure. So now what we've done is we've reduced the rear and added shed dormers. So now there's a distinct secondary mass folding down to the rear yard. This greatly brings things down, greatly changes the rear yard elevation, much more subordinate massing, more in keeping with what we typically should do. And subsequent to that, there's also been some minor window changes. As we've changed the interior, we've added B windows here, put B windows in the mudroom to add a little bit of variation. And I believe, the majority of comments have been addressed, and the changes to the massing are substantial in keeping with what we typically would do. And I look forward to any comments.
Okay.
Just to rephrase, just to remind, it's gray on gray windows and trims. So.
Okay, thanks. Sure. Who would like to
Mis-
begin? We have
Mr. Chair.
Diane, Val, and Connie, and me.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah,
I do have comments for you.
okay.
So for the record, this is an infill within the Sherburne Heights subdivision, which started in the 1850s. Appreciate the changes to the roof walk, main mass roof, and extending the porch. On the west, that gable dormer hindering the view of the first window in the west dormer. It does look odd, but maybe push it back, or the dormer balcony combo on that south elevation, although it may not be visible. But I will also notate that this is after the bend in the road, and it could be visible from one point or another. But other than that, appreciate the changes. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thanks. Now to the board members.
I'll go.
You're not on it.
I'm not.
No.
Well, then I'm not going to go. I'm going to go get a piece of pizza
So
though.
sorry.
I know this.
Who among those that are actually sitting on this application would like to go?
Someday in my class.
Diane,
Yeah, I'm here.
you want to go?
Sure, why not? I think that the north elevation, the south elevation looks out on the water, right? It's on the north side of the street. No, it's on the south side of the street. So the south looks out on the harbor. The north would be the the front door. I just was trying to get the thing done. One of the things that strikes me just from going is on the east elevation. I don't know what size the widow's walk, roof walk is. It looks very narrow sitting on top of that gable on the east elevation. I don't know whether it could be made just a foot wider so that it was just had a little more presence there. I appreciate what has been done. How tall is it altogether?
28 feet.
28 feet, okay. Because a lot of the houses that far down on Monomoy are not so big, not too big. I think that on the south elevation, the French doors should have kick plates in them. And I think that if it's good on the west elevation, that the windows should be separated, those mulled windows, and put sort of more neatly under the two windows up and top. Separate them, put one on one side, one in the middle, and one on the other side would be good. I appreciate sort of the added massing in a very small place that you have. I'd like to see it drop down more, but I think with the limited amount of space that you have is probably hard to do. But other than that, no, I don't mind that deck on the second floor there. So that's what I got to say right now.
Okay, thank you, Diane. Val?
Okay, I appreciate the changes, as everyone else said. I would not want to see the roof walk get any wider because in making it wider on the east and west, the legs get longer on the north and south. And then I think it would be
Okay.
proportion issue, so I think it's okay the way it is. On the second floor north, I think 3 doors over a front door is too much. It should either be a single door with windows on the side or just even a double seems like a lot, but not a triple. The front door needs some beef. The little side door is unusual. I'm not really sure what it is. And let's see. Sorry, it jumps around on the iPad when you move it. The only other suggestion I would have or concern is maybe the porch roof needs to be a little steeper so it takes up more of the wall space. It seems like there's a lot of empty wall space on the second floor below the windows. That's all I have, Mr. Chair, for now.
Okay, Val. Connie, you ready?
Yeah, I also appreciate the changes and agree with the kick panel. Can I ask what the material of the fireplace is? Is it just brick?
It's brick, but we've proposed it as lime wash, so it's going to be grayish white.
I tend to agree with Val about the roof walk. I do think it looks a little odd on the east elevation, but I think making it bigger would just put it back to where it was originally. I don't think I have anything else to add
Okay,
that hasn't been said.
Connie, thank you. James, I appreciate the fact that you got rid of the cross gable, but I'd like you to go a step further because I don't believe that this little like gable, if you want to call it that, that breaks up the eave of the main mass on the north elevation is a construction detail that you would find typically on Nantucket. I know that they exist, but they don't exist in older buildings. I'd rather just have the eave run across, get rid of the little 4-light window.
Can I
And
show you that, Ray?
what?
Can I show you that?
Can you show me that?
Yes.
And so, yeah, see, I like that much better. Now, to Val's point, yeah, that's exactly right. I'm curious why you change from large windows to small windows on either side there, because that would help Val out with this thing that she just,
I totally agree with that.
larger windows are better.
I agree. I think what happened was when we addressed proposing this flush gable, and we reduced the balcony, we didn't want the windows to drop too much lower, but I'm open to tweaking those. I agree with Val's comment about there's too much sidewall.
Put in bit larger windows like you had in the first iteration, Val would, the sills are getting closer to the top of
I
the
think,
roof,
yeah, I think
porch
a
roof.
B window works there.
Yeah.
A B window and straightening the eave, I think.
Right. And the only other thing that I would say about the roof walk is the size is good, but I think that having it as 3 bays makes it feel very vertical because you've got so many vertical elements on it. So if it went to 2, what?
He doesn't have it rendered with the lights going through, maybe that's why.
What?
He has it like a band around it as opposed to, don't.
Yeah, so, okay, yeah.
I see what you're saying.
James,
Yes.
you know what we're talking about. Those legs will go all the way from the top of the post all the way down to the roof. So they will feel even
That's
more
correct.
vertical than what, so that's even more in favor of going 2 bays rather than 3 on the roof.
I think when we reduced it, I think someone made a comment about making it 3, but we reduced it and we should have left it as 2.
Probably.
That makes more sense to me.
Yeah, so that's the extent of my comments. Shall we just hold for some minor revisions on this guy?
Can I potentially make Val's changes to this?
Well, let's, can
And
somebody
your
crack a
changes?
motion that would satisfy Exhibit A? Yeah.
Do another Exhibit A. It's the day for Exhibit A's.
Mhm.
All right, I'll try.
Yeah, I'll get my pen, I'll be your secretary.
My secretary's over here getting ready.
Glad you brought it up. Oh,
Motion to approve
yeah, here we
through
go.
staff with the following changes. The roof walk to be 2 sections and the legs to run through as is typical. Eliminate the gable on the north elevation, main mass.
Mhm.
I'd like to see a reduction in the triple doors on the second floor.
That would be, that, yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
got it. Who won?
Um,
Just so that we know, so staff knows what they're.
something less than 3.
Val, can I do 2 windows in a single door?
Love that.
Okay.
I love it too.
And then, the windows on the second floor to become like the A's on the first floor or
Actually, I would go.
the B's,
Yeah,
the B's.
Yeah.
This is a BB instead of a BB, it's a B.
Yeah.
Okay. I still think there's gonna be a lot of shingle space, so if you could tweak the
Hike the roof.
roof pitch, that would help. Put some more trim around the front door.
Mhm. Mhm.
It's a little skinny.
And I think that was it.
Okay.
That's my motion,
All right.
through staff per Exhibit A.
Great, thank you. On that motion, Connie,
Aye.
very good. Diane,
Okay, got it. I can just write it.
Thank you.
Aye.
Thank you, Diane. Val, on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay, that's that.
Thank you. I
Now
appreciate it.
we're to Joseph, thanks. 73 Burnell. You too. All right. Let's, oh my, wow.
Yeah.
Amazing, you
McLaughlin.
got the stone tablet here.
Yeah.
John, okay, so John is no longer on the board, so we strike him. Even
Slow rolling, yeah.
I checked is still on the board, as is Diane. Abby is not here. Okay, so we're getting complicated because we're gonna pull in Jesse and Carrie as your two alternates. How's that sound?
That's fine.
All right, let's do it then.
So many moons ago.
John McLaughlin.
Abby Camp asked for evergreens to the rear of the property to hide the pool, and that's it. So we're just showing the plan.
Oh. Okay. Let's see.
Mr.
Holly?
Chair,
Yeah,
thank you. I couldn't believe it's been over a year for this application to come back. And looking at the minutes, I did have some concern on the surround around the coping around the pool. But if the vegetation is going to be installed as submitted or on the application in perpetuity, then I have no concerns.
thank you. Who wants to go first?
I'll go.
Thanks.
I'm ready to move it
Yeah, it sort of seems that way, doesn't it?
after a year.
Okay, listen. Diane, Jesse, Carrie, do you guys, do you have any issues with this before I do the motion?
I don't.
Everybody good? All right.
Oh. Yeah,
Go ahead, Diane.
Good, okay, so so Stephen's motion is to approve.
Through staff,
Through
not visible time inspection or thereafter.
Thank you. Okay, so on that motion, Carrie.
Aye.
Thank you, Jesse.
Aye.
Diane.
aye.
Thank you, Stephen, on your motion.
Aye.
And I'm in favor.
Thank you.
So, okay, I gotta step down from this one. Lisa's here to rep.
All right, so that is gonna be me. Good evening, Lisa. So your board this evening is myself, Diane, Val. And Thornwell.
And do I have Carrie? Oh, should we wait for Val?
Can we grab her? She may, I don't think she realized. Val, Connie, and Carrie.
And Diane, right?
Yep, it's me, Diane, Val, Connie, and Carrie.
Yeah.
With Abby absent.
Right.
23, okay, so I'll write that up when we get to it, and you can start when you're ready.
Well, I'll wait till the drawings come up. I think I
Oh,
don't
sorry.
you remember this one, it's 256 Pulpus, and one of the biggest concerns was the relocation of the building relative to the big tree that's in the front of the house. So we've resited the building to retain the tree. I'll wait.
Yeah, I'm gonna turn up the heat in a minute. I'm like, I guess I should have brought my jacket. Okay, Lisa, it's all
Okay,
yours.
so we had originally moved the house back 55 feet and now it's moved back 30. Well, it hasn't really moved back. You can see on the site plan, Esme, if you don't mind going back, it's rotated around the tree. So you can see the red is the old outline of where it exists today. And we've just rotated the building slightly more to the west. So we're not moving it as close to Pulpus Road, so that tree in the front yard is maintained. And then the other requests for changes were to reduce the dormers on the front, which we did. They were much wider. Now they're
Do you want to go to that elevation, Esme, south? They're much narrower than they were before. We removed the gambrel that faced the road. We removed the hip entry porch and just put an entablature around the building. And one thing we forgot to put on there, but I do have reductions, is the existing chimney that's to the left of the roof walk that we're proposing to maintain. And I believe those were incorporates most of the comments that were given the last time. And I do have some photos of just the site and visibility. If you want me to hand those out. We just have some pictures from the back.
In the packet? Or
Nope.
you've got
Oh,
something
I
you want to
got
show?
them just from the site.
Okay. Okay, I think we'll go right to the board, or you want to comment?
I got comments.
Go ahead.
Thank
So,
you,
Holly?
thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is a 1920 colonial revival known as Leedsmore. Appreciate not moving so far and squaring it up. Appreciate changing everything to gables instead of the gambrels as previously proposed. It's more in keeping with the circa 1920 colonial revival. However, don't think the dormers are necessary or appropriate. The loss of the chimneys is depressing, so I'm glad to hear that existing one is coming back, as they are character defining features. Appreciate the change of the front door. However, the existing with the fan light is more appropriate for this colonial revival. The proposed door trim is too chunky and modern. On the north, I believe the gambrel piece doesn't relate to the remainder of the structure, although I question its visibility, even from the harbor. Fenestration should say 6/6, and the yellow that currently exists is obviously another characteristic of this structure. On the last review, commissioners mentioned to keep the proposals to this historic structure simple, and I would echo that. Those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any abutters? Mickey, go ahead.
Thank you. So could you go to the front elevation, please? There you go. So the new addition on the right should not project in front of the main facade. It should be set back without any forward-facing gable. The new dormers on the front detract from the simplicity of this classic summer cottage and should be removed. And the front door should remain as is. I think this is as I said, a really classic summer cottage, and it's very simple in its form. And the changes are really changing that more than it really needs to. Thank you.
Thanks, Mickey. Does anyone have any questions? Okay, who would like to begin?
I do want to just say, Stephen, that
Hold on one second, Diane. Go ahead, Lisa, and then
sorry,
Diane.
just the photos that I handed out show the aerial that shows how far away it is from the water as viewed from the harbor, and also some photos from actually still on the property looking back at the house to show how that elevation is not very visible.
Okay.
Or not visible at all.
Dale.
Okay. I think my only concern is the south. I wouldn't have comments on the rest of it because I really don't think we're able to see it. And the changes on those other three sides are appropriate. For me, I think it comes down to the dormers. I still think they should be smaller and no shutters, just as minimal as they could possibly be to offer light to that hallway. Thank you for adding the chimney back. That will be great. And then the only other thing I thought was to go back to maybe 3 windows on that wing you're adding, so it mimics more of the house that's there, even though the size has changed, but those are my concerns.
Okay, thank you. Carrie.
Yeah, I agree with Val in terms of only the south elevation is, primarily visible. I don't mind the projecting right gable. The left piece comes out. It's a rambling house that's sort of going in all directions, that doesn't bother me. I think Val's point about the dormers is a really good one. That they don't need to be so big. I do prefer this door over the fan light door personally, simpler. And that's all I got.
Okay. Diane?
Yep, on the north elevation. You got more windows than wall. Everything is mulled down on the first floor, and it's too busy. Is this supposed to be a bungalow? It's too busy, that whole facade. I don't have up a south elevation. I got the west elevation, the north elevation, and that's it. I have no east or south. But
Which would you like to look at first,
the,
Diane? Which would you like to look at
yes,
first?
just south you can. South.
Okay. Well, south was up. So east, I think you were looking for.
I
Oh,
got
was
the
she?
north and the west.
Oh, okay, sorry. I was looking at the south.
There's the east. And there's the east. There's the south. Oh, that's the front door that came up. Yeah, I agree with the dormers on over the front door. I think it's much simpler. Following the existing. I think there's a great sort of overuse of mulled windows. There isn't it gets rid of the bungalow type thing that you're looking for and making it a very busy house. So I'd like to see them reduced in areas where it can be, and definitely on that north elevation. There are two windows there that are not Maldo right next to another one, and that's all the way over to the left. So that's what I got to say.
Okay, thank you, Diane. Connie?
Yeah, I think somehow simplify the south, those dormers that you could see from the front of the house, and nothing else is really visible, so I don't really have any objections to the rest.
Okay, thank you, Connie. Yeah, I mean, if you can remove I think removing the shutters on the three dormers on the south, potentially bringing those in a foot widthwise. And my concern is that any modification of those dormers is going to make them look like three little rockets or arrows pointing up. So I think if they were required to be thinner, they would be required to be shorter. So that would be necessitate probably moving them back up the roof as opposed to down for the internal program. But for me, it's I think it's minor modification there. I'm not adverse to 3 windows on the addition, 3 A windows versus 4. And alternatively, those could be 4 without shutters as a separate section of the structure itself. I mean, I know it reads as the front, but I don't think it's going to read as the front so much. And then the last thing is, it's primarily the south for me, is perhaps to address a comment that was made about the frontis, is on the side casing columns, just to delineate between the side casings and the head casings with some type of a capital detail. It'll break that up a little bit visually, and I think it'd work. What's our pleasure, folks? Okay, so we're gonna have an exhibit A, and Val will list the items that will be in exhibit A, but they're not gonna be written out as the motion. It'll be.
Well, I don't know if it's not really that many.
Yeah, but I mean, if you do an exhibit A, you can list them out so we all know what you're
Okay.
drawing, and then you don't have to write them out because they can just do the picture. Right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, here it goes. Through staff, on the south elevation, narrow the dormers slightly and remove the shutters. Add more trim detail to the front door. Was that it?
And a chimney.
Oh, and add the chimney back.
Back, yeah.
Thank you. How did anybody else feel about the 4 versus 3 windows on that?
I'm either way. I think if it's 4, maybe lose the shutters. If it's 3, keep the shutters.
Lisa, what's your preference?
I don't have a strong preference. I'm trying to flip through to the plan.
Well, how about we give you the option?
Okay,
Either 3 windows with shutters or 4 without.
I'll do 4 without.
Okay. That's my motion.
Okay, Val, on your motion.
Aye.
Diane?
No,
No. Carrie,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. So that carries 4 yeses, 1 no.
Great.
And that was through staff,
Yes.
obviously, but just have set up.
Thank you.
Okay. Did you draw the chimney in?
Yes.
Okay.
Which side is it going?
It was here. Where is it?
Okay, we're gonna go now to Ben Norman at 5 North Beach. Myself, Ben.
Yeah.
I have some very, very sad news for you this evening. You don't have a quorum.
Really?
No.
You just have 2.
It's, yeah, it's just me and Diane. Abby's not here and we don't have any other members listed.
What number are you on?
Well, I'm looking at. number
Okay,
10.
sorry. Yeah, I just was trying to get an idea.
March 7th. It was Diane, Abby, and Ray.
Yeah, sorry. Oh, well, that could well be. So sorry to hang you up. I'd make a motion to have this heard like at the beginning when Abby's back. She's back next week. But I can't even make a motion because we don't have a quorum of people to vote it through. So we're just going to move on from that one. And now we're going to go to 253 Nantucket if we've got somebody to rep. Do we? No?
Act wicked smart.
So we're a no on that, right?
Correct.
Okay, so then we're gonna move along then to Matthew's project at 14 and 16 Sheep Pond Road, adding a breezeway. Let's see, myself, once again, Abby's gone, Diane, Val, Connie. Matt, are you okay? 4 people on this one?
I am, Mr. Chair.
Okay, good. We'll move forward.
What did I just say?
14, 16 Sheep Pond, add breezeway.
I'll double check.
I think I was on it. No, I was not.
It was
Ray.
Ray, Diane, Val, and Connie.
What's that?
69 Monroy, we're just trying to catch up.
Oh, okay. Sorry, one second. Now. Sorry. Oh, look at all those conditions, boy. Good work. All right. Yeah, seriously. Okay, Matt, want to just tell us what's new? Oh, yeah, I sort of remember this.
Sure. If we could shift to sheet A 1.1, the floor plan.
1.1.
There you go, right there. So this is a project you've seen. The main house has been reviewed and approved, and we had come in previously with a garage, and the garage was actually located in front of the mudroom on the right side of that floor plan. So initially, so you'd approve that, but as part of that approval, you asked us to move the garage in front of this 1-story wing on the left side of the house. So we were before you to initially add basically a 1-story connector piece bridging the house to the first floor primary suite. So if we could go to, so two things that happen with that. One is the gable, the second story gable that is now exposed, which would be on the north elevation on sheet A2.1. That left side of the structure we altered. Basically the gable and the proportions of the roof were kind of awkward. They were hidden previously by the garage. If you can see, the garage is now on the right and actually obstructs that one story connector piece that we were here before you to present. So those are the changes. We also have some perspectives, which I thought were pretty helpful on sheet A 2.4, which is higher up, earlier in the set, if you will.
Oh.
So basically, I think the garage location, thankfully, Esmeralda, can we look at sheet A 2.4? Actually, if you go up further, actually, other direction. Second sheet, I think. Next, just a little bit higher. There you go. Sorry. So that's the view from the road. So you can see the garage in the foreground. And so I thought that the garage move was a great suggestion. It's obviously a separate structure, but it basically obstructs the one-story addition. Again, it's a one-story addition, or not addition, but one-story massing, if you will. Like the ridge height is somewhere in the range of like 14 to 15 feet, so pretty low. So those are the changes, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. So, Diane, Val, Connie, comments?
I tried to go out there today. Is it even under construction?
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was a dreadful experience.
Yeah, it's not highly
Oh
traveled.
my God, the road's so narrow and there were like gas truck coming. I got to like go in the bushes. It was awful.
It's a hike for sure.
Why would anyone live out there?
Once you get there, it's nice.
I think we had decided prior to remove that connector because we wanted some space between the building, but as Matt points out, with the garage being placed where it is, I guess that's a moot point.
So you're okay with the connector then? All right. Hey, Matt, just a curiosity question.
Certainly.
Is part of this application to move the garage?
No, the board had actually
Oh, so
approved that.
Garage has already been.
Correct.
So it is where it is.
It is, yes. It
Okay,
was
so we're only reviewing the breezeway behind the garage, right?
behind the garage and the minor roof change on the left side
Got
of
that.
that gable, because it was
that.
now exposed. And it's also in a zone where the ridge height can't be above 25 feet, I believe.
Yeah.
Okay, so Val has spoken. Diane, you ready?
Yeah, I think that it's the answer to do that. It's coming in at 25 feet, which I thank him for. And you sort of see it as you drive around it from different sides, so it makes it's not quite so in front of you as it is as a drawing. So I think I'm fine with the connector.
Okay, thank you. Connie?
I have no concerns.
All right, I think we can move it. Somebody want to make a motion?
Make a motion.
Up, Diane has made the motion to approve, right, Diane?
Yes, as submitted.
Okay, as submitted. There it is. On that motion, Connie,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Diane on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Motion carries.
Thank you very
Okay,
much.
there you go. Ben, now we get to listen to you. Actually, Ben, bad news. We only have two people. Can't do it. So, let's see. So it looks like Steven's taking a break. Jesse, you haven't sat on anything for a long time.
I'd
Want
be
to sit on
happy to.
these?
Sure.
All right, and Connie? Good. All right, so Ben. You have Val, me, Diane, Jesse, and Connie.
Great.
Okay,
That's good.
so let's move forward. Move off demos.
All right, so we're at 40 Warren's Landing. And there's an existing 1950s dwelling there now. We would like to have that moved off, ideally moved off, but of course to move on for demo. The building is kind of stuck into the side of a hill, which you're going to see in our proposed proposal that we're continuing to work with that elevation. But for this application specifically, we're talking about this move off the demo of an existing structure. Again, 1950s. The architecture is unusual for kind of a salt box dormer thing, and it was heavily renovated, completely renovated about 5 years ago. So for people listening, potentially a great move off, could be cut into some easy pieces, but that is the story.
Okay, thanks. Holly. Oh, Holly's not here. Bio break. Is there anybody else? Nobody speaks for Nantucket, right? Has not recently. Oh, gosh, I think I want to wait for Holly.
Bruce does, but I haven't seen him.
Yeah, is he on?
I don't know. I haven't seen him. I haven't heard him, so I
Yeah,
don't.
here comes Holly. You don't need to rush. Don't worry about it. So Holly, we're at 40 Warren's Landing, and this has to do with the demo move off of that existing building. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So 40 Warren's Landing, there is no HDC survey on file. However, with research that NPT has done, this structure is called Bright Lights. It was owned by Frank Ramsdell, who is Warren Ramsdell, the same gentleman who Warren's Landing is named after, Warren Ramsdell's son. Frank Ramsdell lived between 1887 and 1970. This dwelling should not be moved or demolished. This area is attributed to Warren's Ramsdell family with farming per the William E. Gardner 1846 map of Nantucket. 1946 map of Nantucket in 1950. Warren Ramsdell was the father of Frank Ramsdell. He owned this dwelling pre-1935 when it was the second cottage in Nantucket to be electrified. Second cottage in Nantucket to be electrified. This history deserves first to be thoroughly researched and second to be documented as an important 20th century Nantucket history. It is shown on the 1935 aerial map. So again, this is another reason why I do not go by the dates within our tax assessor's documentation. It's 99.9% of the time incorrect. NPT, within time that they had, was able to do a little bit more digging. Mary Bergman from NPT emailed me today. And I think, were you able to get that as up on the screen? She sent a document as well as, yeah. So William Ramsdell, he was a fish warden, a lifesaver, one of Nantucket's men who helped land the telegraph cable in 1885. Basically, Frank purchased 2.3 acres of land in Nantucket in 1923 from Reginald Hussey. By June 1935, the cottage that would become known as the Bright Light Cottage was erected. It appears on the 1935 aerial map and is referenced in the June 22nd and June 29th, 1935 articles in the Inquirer and Mirror. One of those things say in the Inquirer Mirror says specifically in the seen and heard column of the Inky, it said, looks as though Frank Ramsdale's new cottage will have the honor of being the first at Nantucket to light up with the town electric current. So my point here is this structure is significant, and it would be a shame to let this one go and for a newer, modern, and quite frankly, in my opinion, we're not talking about the architecture proposing, but is not in keeping with the ruralness of this area of Nantucket. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else want to speak on this before I send it to the board? Okay. So board, once again, Val, myself, Diane, Jesse, Connie. Who would care to begin?
I'll go.
Thanks.
Okay, I think what Holly has said is absolutely true. And there's enough land around his house to do many of the things he wants, but removing this house from this specific spot is not what I think is a good idea. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Who's next?
Well, I have to say, it definitely changes my mind about the structure. At the very least, I think the original part of it, if that can be discerned, should be kept and used. Because you're building a shed, a gazebo, a guest house, it would seem that some of that could be, that house could become that.
Okay, Val, thank you. Who's next? It's down to Jesse and Connie.
I'll go.
Thanks.
Yeah, given the history, I would also be against demoing or moving up. I think this can be reused some way, somehow, with all these new structures that are planned.
Connie, thank you. Jesse.
Yeah, I agree with the board. I think that this building should be repurposed on the property somehow. And I would make a motion to hold for revisions and looking at the other plans.
Okay. I think that's a good idea. So Jesse has made a motion to hold this because it sounds like we may want to wrap it into the rest of the discussion on the other components of this project. So on Jesse's motion, Connie,
Aye.
Diane, Val.
Aye.
Thank you, Diane, on the motion to hold.
Oh, aye.
Okay, and Jesse on your motion.
Aye.
I'm in favor. Okay, let's see the rest of this and see if we can figure something out. So how about we go to the new dwelling?
Great. So,
You know, Ben,
yeah,
you were curiously silent during that whole thing. Have you noticed how, like somebody like Ms. Williams,
I
rebuts
do.
everything that everyone says?
Yeah.
You notice how quickly things go when that doesn't happen?
Yeah. I think we should penalize Ben for actually being
For
quiet.
allowing us to be effective and
Yeah,
efficient.
like
Yeah.
this is kind
I
of,
feel like I have been penalized tonight so far, so I'm feeling that already.
don't worry, whatever
So-
goes around comes
Yeah,
around,
right.
Ben.
So this historical information was clearly not in my field of vision, nor my clients. So how we reuse it, ideally, I think that I'm buying what we had proposed as a guest cottage would probably end up trying to reuse this building in that form.
How would you like us to sequence this? Do you want us to review the new house?
I mean,
the main house?
sure. I mean, if you feel like it's valuable, I know my clients want to build a proper home on this property and this
Yeah,
cottage. they've
But
already-
it would appear also that you have room.
What we do, we have a very large wetland. So,
Yes.
we're contending with wetlands, we're contending with grade. There are restraints on the property. But in front of you now is the main house that we're proposing to put in location of this building.
Why don't we review this? Right.
So the main house is a gambrel, obviously, kind of a barbell form. Wraparound porches keep the E very low. The overall height on the high side of the hill is, I think, 25, and then we are using grade, so I think it goes to about 27 maybe at the front door. I've done a lot of study of the grade of this property. I've provided cross sections and grading plans. Our proposal is to work with the grade as much as possible. I've also provided you with the wetland boundaries. So again, between that septic grade, it is a complicated little site. So now adding a historically significant structure doesn't help. So obviously the design in front of you, and then the color scheme is a gray with, I believe, sandtone sash. So a subdued color palette, a lot of roof plane. So hopefully, and of course, a natural cedar roof. So a very gray building. And from there, it's an upside down house. So you'll see a lot of balconies on the west side. And from there, I'm open to your comments.
Okay, Ben, thank you. Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No offense to Ben. It's a nice design. I think it's not appropriate for this neighborhood. Thank you.
For any particular reason that we should be paying attention to, like,
It's the scale. I'm not sure if there's any gambrels in this area. I mean, obviously there's some over on Eel Point Road, but that's a distance away. There are more simple cottage style structures on Warren's Landing.
all right, thanks, Holly.
Warren's Land, yeah.
Yeah, okay, board members.
I'll
By the
go.
way, it's the same board for all of these 40 Warren's Landing applications, so same group. Diane, you ready?
Yep, I'm ready. First of all, you have a 25-foot span higher than that on out there in Nantucket. Number two, I don't see any additive massing at all. And if you drive around the different areas of Warren's Landing, you will find all sorts of houses, but they are small. It was a small development area. This is more Eel Point area. It's much too formal for where it is. And I think it would not fit in. Part of our thing is to try and make it fit in with the area, and I don't believe this would be. I've got what the north elevation is more in keeping with what sort of houses are out there. Most of them are tucked in sort of wooded areas as you drive in, and it's just the other elevation, the front elevation, which has gone away at the moment, is much too grand for the area. Nice design, but not in this particular place. I would be interested to see the rest of what Ben has done, and there's nothing that's bad except to fit in here. It needs some additive massing, and it needs to be simpler. That's it for now.
Okay, Diane, thank you. Who wants to go next?
I will.
Thanks.
I went out there. And I think it would behoove everybody to do a viewing because right next door to this is a brand new compound that Joe Paul did. And
Oh,
the
yeah.
houses are big.
No,
In seeing it today, I cringed a bit and the pool can be seen. So someone needs to take care of that. What's unfortunate is, I think this is just the beginning of the compound situation out there and two side by side. It's the house is lovely, Ben. I'm agreeing though. I don't know that this is the right house for this area. It needs maybe to reduce some of the porch around it to kind of bring the scale down and I'd be interested to see how it's going to tie into whatever it is you keep from the other structure. I appreciate the gray color. That's all good. So that's my thoughts.
Okay. Thank you, Val. All right, Jesse, Connie.
I guess I kind of agree. I mean, I love a gambrel. I don't think that, you know, if and that's my, I mean, if you drive out there, I think you find a lot of big houses in Warren's Lane. So I don't necessarily have a problem with it being big. But I would like it to see be more in character of the existing building that is there. More additive mass and maybe some cross bucks and shutters and stuff like that, but I'm not saying that these guys can't have the size home they want. I just feel like I'd like to carry it in character of the history of the property. Thank you.
Thank you, Jesse. Connie.
That's exactly what I was gonna say. This is a really nice looking house, but given the fact that we're trying to keep that historical building, I think it all needs to somehow kind of blend in together. And I'm not sure this would do it.
Okay, Connie, thank you. Ben, it's not actually a very large house. I think what might be working against you, it's a design element that I happen to love, but the wraparound porch on all sides is making it look like a large house. And to Jesse's point, I believe there is certainly precedent for large houses out there. Is this in the 25-foot zone?
No, that's VR.
No,
Village residential.
right.
This isn't a
So this is
VR.
not.
This is not a VR zone.
So that,
Landing is though.
I don't know the answer to that.
It's out here.
Well, anyway, so you're,
This is a lug 2 zone.
yeah, so you're certainly not maxed out in your height.
No.
Not even close. So I appreciate that. It is formal, yes, but I think there are ways, maybe the removal of some of that porch might help. A, reduce the perceived scale of it, and B, reduce some formality. But I'd like to see more of the package. I think it's a really well-designed house.
And the wraparound porch on the second floor is rather excessive. Just saying.
Yes, totally agree with that. Yeah. Okay, so can we move this one for some revisions?
Yeah,
Yeah. Who made it?
I'll make it.
Val made that motion. On that motion, Jesse,
Aye.
Connie,
I
Diane,
Aye.
thank you, Val.
Aye.
I'm in favor. Okay, let's,
So I'm gonna request that there's no reason to look at the other ones. We gotta deal with the existing building that's there. So I don't think there's value in looking at the other applications at this point. So I'm gonna request that we hold those.
okay. I tend to agree.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
through you to Ben, I will email you this historic information.
Away.
And I do want to take this time to mention that, anytime you have a client, anybody has a client that has a, contributing structure, and you might not think it might not be worth anything, reach out to NPT. This is what they do. quite frankly, I think at one point I may have had a relative actually work on that house. So that's what caught my attention to the structure, as well as don't rely on the tax assessor's information for dates. Never, never, ever.
And it didn't have an 89 survey either.
It did not have an 89 survey. I looked. None of them do on Warren's Landing. So yeah, and going by the 1950s date in the tax assessor is just
Well, it's only
erroneous.
15 years
So
off. I mean, it's not that bad.
no, but
I mean-
it's an assumption that there's, example of it being wrong. But yes, NPT, this is what they do. And I'm very grateful for their assistance. So I will send that to you.
Can you
Thanks.
do it, like as soon as you possibly can. 'Cause thank you.
All right, so we are, can I just have a motion from one of the sitting board members to hold?
I make a motion to hold for revisions. And
No,
more
no,
information.
actually, what we're doing right at the moment is we're holding the guest house, the gazebo, the shed, and the hardscape to track. Is
Okay,
that your
Make-
motion, Diane?
yes,
All right, so Diane's made a motion to have the other three things tracked. On that motion, Val,
I,
Jesse,
Aye.
Connie,
I
Diane,
aye.
thank you, and I'm in favor. All right, so that's concludes Warren's Landing.
you
Now,
sit on this one?
you want to sit off of this?
Yeah, I gotta get ready for my thing, which is next, and I don't have the plan with me.
All right, so Carrie, could you sit in on this one? Um, wasn't Joe here?
He was.
He left for a minute.
He probably thought that was gonna take longer.
Oh, dang. So now, are you okay to present now, Val?
Yeah.
Want me to stand up there and
What?
stand up there and be a representative?
Can you rep 80 Cliff?
I know it's a fence and, it's pretty simple. I'm gonna move to the other side of the room. You like our side of the better? No. The guys are sitting here.
Okay, so Linda's gonna rep this and once
Oh.
again, you'll. see.
I'm out. You can come back and stand. It's a gate in an arbor. At 80 Cliff, which is fairly far out there on the left side going out around the corner.
Mr. Chair, I had no concerns.
No concerns? Good to know.
I have no concerns.
I have no concerns.
He has no concerns.
Hey, Joe.
Sorry, I ran home.
Yeah, that's why I stood here and
All
give
right.
you time to get home.
Thank you. Dinner's on. All right. Do I need to say anything or you guys got it?
We
No, I
just
took
started
care of
into
it.
Joe.
All right. Thank you.
Holly has no concerns.
Yeah, this is,
I love you, Holly.
All right, so.
this was consentable.
This is consentable?
Yeah.
Does somebody just want to move it?
Yeah, motion approved is submitted.
Okay, on that motion, Carrie,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye,
we'll say Jesse,
Aye.
Stephen on the motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. So motion carries.
Joe, work harder getting these on consent. You're wasting our time.
We'll set with that. Okay, now we're gonna go to
Thank you.
Val's meter. 21 meter. Okay, so Val's off. Let's see.
I'm off.
You're on, right?
No, she's in a butter.
No, I'm off.
He's in a butter.
Okay, so you're off. Right, so 1, 2.
I'm off.
Gotcha. Gotcha. Okay, so it's everybody sitting at the table.
Yes.
Bing,
Got
bang,
it.
bong, boom.
All right, here we
Okay.
go.
This is a empty lot on Meter Street. The that we came in and had a fence approved to put around. It's right in back of the structure that faces, what's that street? Union. That just got renovated, and I think Mark Rutone was the person on that one. Anyway, yeah, that one.
The Kim's house. 46.
What?
Don't, just keep going.
Okay. It's a single family dwelling. We're proposing a separate little one-story garage. It's about 1,500 square feet in a footprint, natural to weather trim, black sash, natural to weather roof. Gable forward. 29.9 because of the lift.
Yep.
The what? Yeah, that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have a whole lot to say about it. It's a pretty basic house. I did hear the suggestions of HSABs, and some of them I don't disagree with.
Okay, so are you all set, Val?
Yeah.
All right, so why don't we turn it to Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is infill vacant lot within the OHD. It would have to comply with Resilient Nantucket Design Guidelines, Chapter 11 for new architecture, new construction. And we will need an elevation certificate. This is, I believe, in the AE9 zone.
Oh, I thought Art sent it to you. No. Okay.
If it was separate, I apologize. It may have, and yeah. If at all possible, those can go through HGC submissions. That would be great. Appreciate that the dwelling telescopes back towards the rear of the lot with additive massing as building when Nantucket in mind states. Thank you. The simple gable with the front porch is similar to 1 Francis Street across Meter Street. I do think that the pitch could be steeper, like the gable at 5 Francis Street, which is right across the street and actually is a contributing structure from the 1920s. And I also note that have the 2/2 windows as well. Appreciate the that FEMA required elevation is not being too tall, although it's at 5 feet and a little bit over what we recommend, but 5 feet is good. And I note that it's not as egregious as some of the other elevations that have been over in the past. Note the windows are proposed at 2/2 as the 1920s across the street. Others are in the neighborhood 6/6 or 6/1 in the neighborhood. So, it's consistent with what we see. And the north rear gables, it does have a cake-like look, which may be visible from Fayette Street, and it would be odd looking. That would be my only main negative comment. So other than that, those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
I also sent in some neighborhood photos, which I think are important to look at before diving in.
All right. Very
So
good.
we need to scroll.
Yep. We're doing that. At least I am. Thank you.
So the front 2 windows should probably be a little bit closer together. If you look at the front elevation. Yeah. Esmeralda. There you go. So the front 2 windows could be closer together, and the upper window in the gable just adds to the overall perceived height of the building. I think that would be better off not being there at all. The 3 kitchen windows on that other, I'm not sure which, that's west elevation probably, are pretty small. They could get a little bigger. Black sash, probably not appropriate. And overall, it's larger in scale in its girth and its width than most of the buildings in that neighborhood. If the width were reduced a little bit, it would probably bring it more in line with the other houses around it. Thank you.
So
That was the overall.
You're not seeing also the pictures, like, I don't know.
Okay, Mickey, thank you. All right.
Here's an overall photo of the site with the buildings around it. Those 4 buildings that were bumped up. Yeah. Well, that's in front of those four. So anyway, I think it's in keeping with the scale, especially in the footprint. Yeah, go ahead.
Let's go for it. Okay. Everyone at the table, you're all on this one.
I'll go.
Thanks.
I appreciate.
May
this.
I?
Yes, Diane?
I just wanted to ask as right next door, can I say what I think without doing any more? I don't remember whether I'm allowed to say anything or not.
I didn't.
Yeah, so I've been told by town council that if you're a member and you recuse, that you're not supposed to. Let me think about this. You can speak on your own behalf. You can't speak on behalf of a group. So you're speaking for yourself, right, Diane?
Okay. Well, yes, I am.
Okay, go for it.
If you go for the little site plan that's in purple and green, Meter Street proposed dwelling, and over in the corner that it shows the site plan, you will see my name there. It says Diane W.B. Kellogg. And that little piece of land is my backing up of this land. We have gone through, I guess, for over a year now, as this was declared until he dug it out as a wetlands. And it is such, he's got that rain garden too, but I think that one should consider the fact that he's got two water things that tell you how much water there's there, how deep the water goes. I think that's important. To what's going to go up and move around. Just for the siting, I don't know. I have gone to several meetings of the Concom and stuff, as have the people next door and across the street. Were just all concerned because of the fact that until he started doing this late winter, it was a wetlands. So I just if you would keep that in mind, and right in that corner, which is where my land comes, there is a town elm tree that belongs to the town. A very large elm tree. And the town owns it because I gave it to them. So
It's on her lot.
it looks as if it's a Val has, oh, the elm tree is on my lot, right?
Yeah.
Val has taken that maybe into thought and moved the construction in a little bit. But I would have it checked out by Dale also. It's a very tricky lot, so
Okay.
it has nothing to do with the
Concom.
house or anything. It's just,
Okay, Diane, thank you.
huh?
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna turn it over to the board now.
Alrighty.
Somebody, are you gonna start?
Yeah.
That's right.
Um,
There we were, right.
I appreciate the simple massing. I think black sash is not appropriate here. I think I agree with Mickey, the windows in the second floor gable forward should come in a bit. And I think on the right elevation, which is the east, I think that will be visible down the driveway. And it seems to me that
No, this is, oh, sorry, it should be left. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
That's
This
away
left
from the
elevation.
driveway.
huh? That's,
The other right is the right one.
well, the wraparound porch, right?
Is
So you
on the
can see
driveway.
through the
side.
driveway. I just think the windows on that elevation between the primary and secondary mass, the sizing is a little odd for
It's a
me.
kitchen.
I'm looking at the driveway side,
Oh,
So
which it
that's,
says right.
oh, they
east, and
both
that
say
is-
right.
yeah,
Yeah, I'm looking at
Okay.
the real right.
the real right.
Right.
I'm looking at the real right east, where the porch wraps around.
Okay.
I think it's basically the first floor windows on that main mast seem too small, and the dormer and the secondary mast, those windows seem too big, and I think it'd be great if you could sort of match that dormer to the other dormer on the main mast, because it just reads bigger and heavier, and it really shouldn't be, because it's on the secondary mast.
Differences?
That makes sense?
It does make sense.
Yeah.
That's all.
Grass.
That's all.
Yeah.
Carrie, thank you. Next. Who's next?
Hold on.
Thanks, Stephen.
I think the massing is appropriate. I think some of the detailing needs a little bit of work. The front elevation south is reminiscent more of the detailing of your eaves and rakes and soffits, like 36 Union, which is, it's just got a little bit more ornamentation to it.
You think it should,
I
or
think it should, yeah. I think if I know there's like a two-story structure next door that's just basically a box. But I don't think that's a great example. Otherwise I agree with Carrie's comments, and the only thing I'd suggest is your skirt board should have similar treatment as on the east elevation
The real east elevation.
porch. Yeah, right elevation east. It's labeled.
Well, two of them
So
are.
basically what you have is a sense of a column below a post on the porch, but transfer that over to the corners of the structure so that it doesn't appear as this is just floating. It will read as though it's being supported by some type of a structural element. A lot of times it's a pier and curtain effect. And a lot of times what we'll suggest is brick. I'm not suggesting brick piers, but right now the porch shows pier and curtain. The rest of the structure just shows curtain.
Are you saying to carry that pier and
to
curtain?
make the
thing?
piers more evident is what you're saying,
Well, on the porch, they're evident. On the rest of the structure, I don't see them
right?
at all. Yeah, and I would just, I mean, I don't know that you're gonna get a chance. It sounds like this is gonna go through, but I think that, can we pull up 36? Can you Google Drive that? I guess I have in mind is the house on the corner of Meter and Union that was done not 2 years ago. Yeah. But that has, it's a more refined level of detailing on on the soffits and the rakes and the eaves. And it really gives a sense of place where this reads more as a nice structure, but it doesn't convey that sense of character that I think is appropriate for this area.
First one you approved.
So something, I'm not suggesting necessarily as strong as this, and then can you go to 36, which is a little simpler? 36 Union,
That's my house.
yeah, the windows. yellow.
Well, that is more Victorian. We weren't
That is
really
first one you approved.
trying to do Victorian, trying to simplify.
Well, yeah, I'm not suggesting this
Yeah.
one is the base. Just saying, this is what's up the street.
Yeah,
So it's just a little bit different level of detailing, and it gives it a little bit more
Yeah.
character. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, let's see. Jesse, you ready?
Yeah, I kind of think it's a very nice design. The additive massing is well done. The dormers are well done. Little change in maybe the sizing of the fenestration, but I think the window placement's fine. If we go to the front elevation. Thank you. And I kind of, I'm looking at that porch and I'm looking at the hip roof on the porch on the right. And it would look nice to have a hip roof on the left. If that's something,
They don't have room for
I
it.
don't think it will fit.
No.
it's just putting it on,
If you look at the site plan, like basically
Oh, I
that
see.
porch is right at the.
it's narrow. Oh, I'm so, okay, well, I guess what I meant is, can you put and this is, maybe you just can't.
Oh, I know what you're gonna say.
Or you
You want to
just
hip it
hip
back.
Yeah, just so it has a,
I understand.
I don't know if that's possible, and if it
Well,
would
it's
even,
possible.
even if it would look right, but. Yeah, just kind of like if you drew a line, just to, I feel like it's, yeah,
It's on the roof. like,
And- and then, and then you have that on the porch, you have that, we'll call it that water table trim underneath the rails. If you carried that water table trim, it's similar to what, Steve was talking about. On the rest of the elevations to minimize the verticalness of the boards and add some, what's the color of the trim?
Natural weather.
Natural to leather. See, I would like to see this in white almost, but anyways. I guess natural weather is fine, but maybe. As Steve was saying, adding like those columns on, if you go to the driveway elevation.
Which is the real right.
The real right. Scroll anytime. Just scroll, I think it's the next one down.
Not sharing.
I'm not.
Bear with me.
This one, right?
Is it not going? No. I'm having your internet connection's unstable.
Oh, sorry, thanks.
Okay.
Okay. So yeah, I mean, basically, I'm looking at the right elevation. And that, if we carried that water table trim board throughout the rest of the massing, I think that would minimize the verticalness of those boards. But very nice design.
Okay, Jesse, thank you. Connie?
I don't really have anything much to add, but to Carrie's point about the windows on the right and the wrong right, if they could, that the middle piece maybe could match. I
The
don't know if
dormer?
that's possible. You
Val, you have casements on the egress windows that you're
Yeah.
concerned about. A smaller casement will work as egress. It
Yeah.
doesn't have to
Yeah.
be this big unless it were a double home.
Yeah.
but yeah, I think everything
Gotcha.
else has been said. Looks great.
Okay. Connie, thanks. So I think that you might get this. Oh, I just want to make an observation, Val. If you bring the windows in closer, the way Mickey suggested on the second floor of the front,
Yeah.
one would line up with the front door.
Yeah.
The other one would line up with the window that's to the left of the front door, so that's a win-win. I do like the idea of getting rid of the little floor light in that gable end.
Okay.
And I like Jesse's idea of the water table continuing around the building for the
And
reasons
do.
that he mentioned. And I like I think we solved the issue of the egress on that
Mhm.
dormer on the right,
Yeah.
right? So that can look like the window on the wrong right. I mean, the dormer on the wrong,
It can look like the window on
the wrong right.
the wrong right. the
Yeah, I
dorm-
mean,
dormer.
that's the correct, if you look at the west
Yes.
elevation,
I gotcha.
they all match.
Yeah.
So I think with that, we could probably run this guy through. So does
Let's
somebody want-
do that. I'll do that as a
Mr. Chair,
staff
can
about an
Perfect.
elevation.
Oh, yeah.
I just to confirm that we have it. I think we do have it,
So
but
what
it's,
elevation?
yeah.
Yeah, okay,
I'll do an exhibit A.
okay.
Okay. Great.
So
So
Wait,
You-
let me
Did
ask.
everybody get
is it
that?
Okay with you guys? Okay.
what about the window sash? Because black is just not.
Oh,
yeah.
can you yield on that one?
gray?
You know, maybe, the only thing about the window sash, Mark Avery's house has black windows.
It's
He's on the
black.
corner of France.
I know.
Totally
I
different
know.
house.
In this one,
Totally
the condos that are on the kayak beach to the left, that's black windows all actually, so I didn't know if they were. And there's an architect's office when you go to the road, and he's got black windows.
All right, you did your homework, damn it.
Gray.
But are you okay?
Gray.
Just-
No, we're going gray.
Gray.
We can go crazy.
Okay, yeah. And you'll be trendsetters. All those other people with those black windows, they're gonna want to have the gray. Okay, so, let's see, does everyone get the motion? Here, the motion is to bring the windows on the second floor of the front elevation closer together, remove the gable end window on that side.
Yeah.
On the east elevation, make the dormer in the middle wing the same size as the dormer on the west wing.
Yeah.
Run the water table all the way around the perimeter of the building and no gray sash instead of black.
Okay,
And that covers it, right?
thank you.
So on that motion, Connie,
Okay.
thank you, Jesse,
Aye.
Stephen. Okay, Carrie,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay, so that's one down, and now all we have to do is look at the garage.
Oh, okay, that's the, yeah, 12, got it.
Can we just make this motion to approve same colors as the house?
Yeah,
I haven't even looked at it.
Yeah,
Is it a skyrocket?
it's a consent.
it's a
Oh, it's
little
a consent.
one-story cute
It's
thing.
Oh, no,
cute.
okay, yeah, okay. Everybody good with this? All right, so, oh, Mickey, go.
I think it was the doors.
I just wanted to comment about the windows and the door, that they're kind of vertical aligned and maybe that they could be more traditional shape. The garage doors.
Oh, the windows in the doors.
Yeah, the garage
In other
door
words,
lights.
Put a horizontal bar in there. Would you be okay with that?
Oh, yeah, okay.
You know what I'm saying? Right now, they're very long, so if you just did a little bar that went across, it would be an 8 like.
They're gonna be really square though.
Well, I could do well, I was trying to match the two.
But this is a CAD door, not what's actually. gonna
It's a
be built.
CAD door.
The
Okay,
door
so
can be whatever.
Yeah.
with that, what was the other change we were supposed to incorporate, Stephen?
The gray,
Color.
Okay. So, the motion, I think Stephen's motion is change it to the same gray as the house was approved and to divide the 4 light windows in the garage doors to 8 light windows, 8 light panes,
As
okay,
long as they're not square.
as long as they're not square. But I know that that's possible.
yep,
We do it all the time. Okay, so that is Stephen's motion. On Stephen's motion, Connie,
Aye.
Jesse,
Aye.
Stephen, Carrie,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay, there you go,
Thank
folks.
you.
You can go home. Good night, thank you. All right, now, let's see. We can probably knock a few more off before we go to bed. So,
Chairman,
yes,
Emeritus requested to hold 39 Monomoy till Thursday.
okay, but we're at Woodbury Lane right now. Oh, no, we did that. Oh, shit, that's right. Okay, so we're holding that. Do we have Ethan on? 25 East Lincoln.
He was on earlier, Mr. Chair, and I don't see him now.
Thank you.
So let me put this in a different way. I mean, is Lindsay on for 35?
Lindsay's on.
I'm here.
Lindsay's on. Okay, so we're gonna move to 35 cent.
Everyone has a
What?
line.
Yeah, so
Elevation.
Matt's holding 39.
Matt's holding. We don't have Ethan, at least not now. And so that leaves us at 35 Sankaty. Pool and hardscape.
Yep. So,
Oh, yeah, Lindsay, let me establish your board, because Val is back. So Diane, you're on there, right? Val, Stephen, Do we have Diane?
I'm on.
All right, okay, so that's
Yep.
four of us and we'll go Jesse.
Hey, there's
Okay.
that.
All right, Lindsay, go.
So the client would like to add a small pool in the back corner of the lot, just kind of tucked in the back, far from the road. We're gonna keep all the vegetation that currently exists along the road, cutting in a little bit just to create the parking area in the front of the house. Right now the property almost seems like it's a part of the neighboring property to the left. But we're proposing kind of dividing it up, which will kind of give some privacy from that house to this house as well. But we feel like with the pool back there and the existing vegetation, visibility will be minimal. We kept the hardscape to a minimum, just tight to the pool. We are proposing moving the existing shed that is currently on the property to the back of the pool area. Yeah, and the idea is to obviously keep it screened from the road, and so if any additional vegetation needs to be put in to keep it screened, we will do so.
Lindsay, thanks. Let's see, Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is the main dwelling on the lot is a non-contributing circa 1986 structure just outside the OHD of Sconset, so way out of it. I notate on the plans that there's a proposed new shell driveway. The required apron per the zoning bylaw, chapter 139, 20.1 will be required. Based on the photos provided, I believe, specifically if you look at, I think, 2 and 3 photos, specifically 3, it will be visible. I understand that these photos are taken during the wintertime, but I question on what additional landscaping will be provided to supplement and handle and mitigate the visibility of the pool, because there's no structure that's being proposed in front of it to mitigate that view, and I believe it will be seen. On another note, I just want to mention that Mr. Rob Benchley is in the queue. He may have comments as well.
Oh,
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Hey, Rob, you got anything?
Actually not, but I think I would agree, having been by there a couple times, many times, it really does need some screening.
Okay, good to know.
That
Thank
would
you.
be it.
Yeah, okay. All right, board members, including Jesse.
We'll go.
Thanks.
I think if Lindsay can throw us some, whatever he thinks that he can do to screen it closer to the pool. With the caveat, I'm fine.
Okay, thank you, Val. Diane, you ready?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
Yeah, it's going to need screening to cover that, and good screening. I'd love to see that woods and stuff. Right now it's probably come out so we can see how much disappears and what kind of vegetation it was, so it didn't stand out. I don't think a hedge would be good. I think it needs to be natural to fill in what's there. It looks like it's got nice stuff now. So that's what I would suggest.
Okay, Diane, thank you. Stephen?
Yeah, I got no concerns with it, other than the pool equipment location, but that's not our purview. Your neighbors aren't gonna be real thrilled with it, but.
Oh, not our purview insofar as it's not
I
visible.
mean, well, there is a paper road behind it, but.
Is that what Emily Street?
Oh, yeah, that dies.
Lindsay, is that gonna be in some type of a shed enclosure or just sitting out in the yard?
No, it's just kind of out there. You know, we kind of tucked it back in the brush, and we're gonna just kind of plant around it, just to kind of make it go away. The paper road, I think, does die kind of before it gets to this, I think, or it
Well, there
actually
appears
starts at
to
the
be a little
corner.
shed or something
Yeah.
sitting. in
Well,
that-
there's a shed at the end of the pool, which, you know, we could put the, well, in an ideal world, we'd like to keep it in that back corner where we can keep it screened and not visible from anyone.
Like I said, I don't think it's our purview, but I think good neighbor stuff comes into play, but
What's
that?
The pool equipment,
Oh.
enclosing it for acoustical reasons.
Gotcha.
Stephen, thank you. Jesse?
Yeah, I don't think, if you put some proper screening there, I think it will, disappear, but I mean, we have been seeing a lot of pools that have been, you know, going through with, our caveat that you can see.
Yeah.
So I think we need
Yeah,
to
there's
make,
no question about that.
I think we need to make sure that this is a well beefed up planting that preferably are not Leland cypresses, because those just will outgrow the area, and in 10 years, you'll be able to look right underneath them.
Okay. So it sounds like we need some more screening on this. Shall we, want to move it in some way?
Yeah, I mean, if you want, if we could do it through staff, I can provide you a planting plan, screening plan to go along with it, with a caveat that it can't be seen from public ways in perpetuity.
Oh, and how about the apron?
Yeah, I can add the apron on there.
Okay.
Yeah, and then just on that discussion, if I may, Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
there's nothing to say that in inspections that we have to issue a COA. Like, that's our only real key. There's no reason for us to be seeing pools,
I know, so what do we do about that?
but we just don't issue a COA.
No, I mean.
Oh, but I think in the cases that I know of, I was just biking around Tom Nevers and I saw one that was like completely 100% exposed.
Come down,
Like
that's-
nothing between the road and it.
Yeah, so if we-
And
if we
I
have
think that they
lightning-
don't have, they probably have their C of O.
Right, but I'm just saying, we all need to convey to staff that if you can see a pool and the condition is not visible time inspection thereafter, don't issue the COA.
Yeah, but we're talking about pools that are already in and.
Yeah.
I
I
But it's
think
a good-
it
good
gets
thing.
down to.
Jesse pointed out that
That's a good thing.
we are.
'Cause there are
approving
some-
pools and they're being seen. And I'm saying going forward, the solution to prevent that from continuing is not to issue the COA until it's rectified. That's all.
But isn't in perpetuity mean that if it's visible in 5 years, even if it
Yeah.
has a COA, it
Yes,
still
but-
needs to
Right,
comply?
but the point is.
Real
is that-
teeth of
Yeah,
the
so I
COA.
agree with that,
COA, So,
but we need
Makes,
to go back.
absolutely right.
yeah, you can't, it's very difficult for us under the current circumstances to go backwards and find someone.
So that language doesn't work?
Oh, God.
No, it does.
I'm sorry.
It does,
It's very simple. guys.
providing that we get them before we do our final
Right,
inspection.
because they don't get the COA until they fix it. They don't get the COA, they don't get their CO. They don't get their financing closed and on and on and on. Our teeth are at the front end of the process by holding the COA until the situation is cured. And it's,
Holding the sign off is what he's saying, not.
Holding out the inspection of the COA.
not holding
Failing
off
the
the
inspection.
Holding off on
Sign
issuing. it.
We have to issue it once they meet the conditions.
Well, they don't meet the
If, you know,
conditions if you can
if
still
it's
see it.
visible,
I think
it
that
doesn't meet-
the reason that there's confusion here is if I put in a pool and I put in, a big old hedge, I got my sign off, and then I said, well, got my sign off, now I'm gonna take down the hedge because I don't have my water view anymore.
But that's where
Right.
the in perpetuity.
Thank you.
That's what I'm saying, and it becomes an
Yeah, but
enforcement
I don't think
issue.
that's what.
Right.
I don't think that's what Jesse was referring to. Were you?
No.
There's some on New Lane.
Both.
It was on New Lane where you could still see through the privet. There was one on the corner of Hussey Farm and Hummock where you can still see through.
So
and you can
those
see
should be
over.
It's a problem that has a few heads.
Right. So
Yeah.
my
Multiple
suggestion is
heads.
simply for those that where a pool can be seen when it's inspected, we instruct staff not to issue a certificate of approval.
or fail the inspection.
Of course.
One thing. Someday we'll have,
That's where I'm confused.
Well, this.
you're talking about a certificate of appropriateness. We're talking about the
Correct.
actual CO.
CO, which is completely different from a COA, correct? So yes, that is the mechanism. I understand. That is the mechanism. Staff does not sign off on it until it's rectified, but the perpetuity, that's what saves.
Right. So if
Mm.
someday we have the ability to go around and enforce it, that right there makes it enforceable, even if it's
Right.
after the CO.
Right, and getting it nip and telling them at the time of inspection
Yeah.
that it failed, that doesn't. So Lindsay, that wasn't just for your benefit, but it was to just. make you aware.
I think it makes sense. I always thought that it was that you guys were going around checking them
Okay.
after.
They are.
All right, so let's see, I think we were about to move this.
Mr. Chairman?
Oh,
It's
yeah.
Rob.
Yeah.
Uh,
Rob.
if I may add, this plan doesn't show the surrounding houses, and I don't know if that's something you want to think of. One of them is at number 3, Emily is backs right up to the pool. And number 5, Emily is pretty close. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
Well, Rob, I'm sure the neighbors would appreciate you saying that. The private view from private houses and frankly, the acoustics and all that are not
Yeah, yeah.
part of our jurisdiction.
I mean, it would make sense behind.
Oh, okay. Right. Gotcha. All right. Thank you.
So can we move this? Somebody,
Yeah, it's not stirring me to make a motion.
Yeah, it's,
what are we gonna do? Send Lindsay back?
How about if we put up the fence across the front?
Hey, let's make this easy. Come on, it's after 8 o'clock.
Okay.
Easy for us, less easy for you, Lindsay. I think that we should move just to get some revisions on this.
Okay.
All right,
Revisions with screening and apron.
correct. Thank you.
All right, great. Thank you.
so Now,
so not a burger, but
is that your motion?
yes.
Okay, Jesse's made a motion to hold for some revisions on Jesse's motion. Stephen,
Aye.
very good. Val,
Aye.
thank you. Diane,
Aye.
yeah, thank you. Jesse on your motion.
Aye.
And I'm in favor.
Thank
Okay,
you.
yeah, let's see, where are we? We're on the next page. Oh, Val Oliver. Oh, yes, Chuck. Okay. Let's see, board on this. Miss Karen,
Okay.
me, Stephen, Connie, and Diane.
This is a little pool house, 14 feet tall, 10 by 20. Way at the back of the lot behind the pool. That's all I got.
Okay, fair enough. Who wants to go? Thank you, Stephen.
It's consentable.
It's consentable.
Yep.
Natural to weather trim and black sash, natural to weather roof.
I want to see lights in the doors.
Can't see them.
It's behind the house, like 150 feet from the street.
Still. The house
Okay,
has
but
service.
let's go around the table.
Sorry.
No, but so you would like to see panes in the doors, okay? So, Diane,
Yeah.
your view on the cabana?
I would. Oh. Hold on. I'm gonna sneeze and I can't. I would like to see some windows also. Are those sliding doors or are
Yes,
they,
Sliding doors, yes.
right? So they probably don't need kick panels.
Okay.
So,
Tom Nevers.
yeah. It's very simple. I just think maybe on the west elevation to get a window in, and maybe in the north that matches the south elevation. You have all those sliding doors, so you get enough light, except if it's at night and you want to shut those doors and stuff, you may appreciate another window. That's all.
Okay, Diane, thank you. Connie,
I don't have any issue with this.
sorry,
I have no issue.
nor do I. I think we can move this.
Motion approved is submitted.
All right, so there's Stephen's motion to approve is submitted. On that motion, Carrie,
Aye.
very, very good. Connie, Diane,
Aye.
okay, and Stephen on your motion?
All right.
And I'm in favor.
Thank you.
Passes, okay. Carrie, or is this a Luke?
And he is having a hard time hearing, so I'm gonna try to. I'm gonna
Okay.
try to.
Can try and knock off just a few more before we go.
It's okay, I'm here.
If
you have
trouble hearing, Luke.
I can hear, it's a miracle.
Oh, my goodness.
So in addition, Shimo Pond Road. Luke, are you gonna walk us through this? Oh. let's
Yeah, I
see.
can.
Uh,
So,
let's see.
yeah, this is sort of in the beginning of Shima Pond Road on the left. The existing structures sort of push back on the lot. I don't know if you want to start on the site plan, but we're proposing some simple additions that are to the rear, side and rear of the existing building. Establishing a new front door. Yeah, you can sort of see the big deck into the rear, and then sort of flanking that deck to the left and to the right. Those are the additions. And the big square mass, that's the existing structure with existing dormers. But we've infilled a couple of corners that were left void in the past. What we're trying to do here for the owners is create a nicer entry point for them. They're long-term locals, and the northeast perspective sort of shows the newer entry point we have, which is on the side. The original entry point to the house was on the side as well. I think this house originally was on many other different lots across the island, and it was sort of retrofitted to this property. So its front door proximity is not terribly conventional in it as it exists. And we're trying to create a nicer entry point for them, and then expanding the interiors. They're one-story additions, and it's all natural trim, natural roof, green windows. They're all Boston sash to match existing.
All right,
That's it.
yeah, thanks, Luke. Let's see. My 4 board members plus Jesse, right? I said,
Yeah.
okay, who wants to go?
I'll go.
Thanks.
I have no concerns with the addition. It's unfortunate the outdoor shower is at the front door, but I guess that's existing.
It is.
Yeah,
He tooled in this house.
yeah, I think it's fine.
Okay, so Val's only concern was that the outdoor shower is on the front of the building, which it already is, right? It's already there.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks, Val. Stephen?
Yeah, can we go to the south elevation?
Mhm.
I mean, I'll just make the point because I can't resist at this late hour. Just the sheer size of the roof plane, the existing structure and the size of that dormer makes the two additions from this elevation look minuscule.
Yeah.
And if
Lilliputian.
these were gonna be visible, I would say, go 2 feet wider on each to increase the height a little bit. And maybe even raise the top plate, but I guess they're not gonna be visible directly, so it's not something I'm gonna stick on.
Diane, anything?
No, I think it's okay. I think it's, the additions that it put on are good. They're one-story stuff. I think it fits in very well.
Okay, thank you, Diane. Jesse?
I think this is a nice example of additive massing.
I would agree. I think we can move it, folks.
Motion to approve is submitted.
All right.
Move
We
it
got a
as,
motion on- no, we got a motion already on the table. On that motion, Val,
Aye.
thank you, Jesse,
Aye.
Diane,
aye.
thank you, Stephen on your motion, and I'm in favor. Okay, thank you, Luke and Carrie. Now do we have anybody for Maple Lane? Dalton Frazier's house?
I don't see anybody, Mr. Chair.
Nobody? How about Uri at JB?
Your eye is here.
Uri is here.
I am here, yeah.
Okay,
Oh.
13A Pine Tree Road.
Yeah. So, should I wait for to show it on the screen or? Are
Well,
you
we're
ready?
kind of looking at it on our little.
Oh, okay.
monitors here.
So yeah, we're proposing.
Hey, Uri,
I'll
one
start
sec.
from,
Sorry, one second. I just want to establish the board. Connie, you can be on this one. Okay? All right, let's go.
so I will start with the east elevation, which is actually not the first one that you see, but we are pretty much from the east, from the front, from visible from the road. We are proposing a small addition on the on the right side above the existing shed roof, and adding a dormer. And because of the balance, we wanted to add the dormer on the other opposite side too. So the whole east elevation looks more balanced. And then there is a dormer also in the back on the west elevation, which is completely not visible. And then small changes or small little roof on the side, which is about the main door, which is actually on the side on what is the elevation, on the north elevation. So those are pretty much the most. Actually, there is one little addition in the back, which is again not visible. One small bump out bay window, and that's it.
Did you say that's it?
Yeah, actually, I wanted to add that we are changing the color of the windows to be green. Green with the natural two-weather trim, which is actually on the existing that shed, that addition or that added part with the shed roof that has the green windows and natural two-weather trim. So we're trying to match that.
Okay. Thank you. Board members, we ready?
Well, I have a question. I'm not sure which is the front.
Yeah, what is the front, Uri?
There's no,
The front is the one with those two dormers and the skylight,
The east
which faces Pine Tree Road.
Okay.
The big long dormer is in the back.
well, that's weird. It's here. The
So
skylight's-
yeah, I swap
What?
That's how it is now.
those actually. I was supposed to put the front.
Okay.
Confusing.
I got it. I can go.
go?
Overall, I think it's okay. The dormers need work, though. They have to drop down.
You mean the parting rail?
Or the plate has to go up higher, but I think are you using an existing plate height?
He is.
Yeah, it's an existing roof.
Yeah. Either that or push them up and back. They're really off. It's not just like it's just a few inches, it's about a foot. So
Yeah.
I don't know how to fix that, but the house is unconventional to start off with the door being on the side as you come in. Yeah, that might, but gable dormers might work better.
Interesting.
Yeah, yeah, it is. Okay. That's my comments for now.
Okay, very good. Stephen?
Okay, I'll go.
Oh, Diane, go ahead.
On the south elevation, the proposal, the windows on the second floor and the windows on the first floor look like you sort of forgot that you were going to have windows on the second floor. The windows should at least be in between or something, not, and on the big shed dormer in the back on the west elevation, is that dormer off the edge by 3 feet? That's a huge dormer.
It is 3 feet,
Am
yes.
It's 3 feet?
Yeah,
It
it's
should
3
come
feet.
in. I think it's too big for the house. It's very heavy thing. If you brought it down to 3 windows or something, I think it would be better. And how tall is it?
It's I'm not changing the height overall, but the existing
Okay.
one is 24 feet 10, I think.
It's 25 feet.
That's
25 feet, yeah.
yeah, that's
But
great.
yeah, we are not.
I think it needs a little thought about the windows that you are putting in, that's all.
That it?
Yep, just make them a little more conventional. Yep, that's it.
All right, thank you, Stephen.
Yeah, just lower the plate height on those dormer area and put some smaller windows in. Concerned gables are gonna be too aggressive. They're too wide as they are on Diane's point, and if you gable those, it's gonna be very aggressive.
Okay.
That's really my only concern. It's
Okay.
gonna be what's primarily visible.
That's correct. Very good. Now,
So
is it Connie?
Mm.
Yeah, Connie.
Yeah, I have nothing additional to add to that.
Okay, so how does everybody feel about making the windows? The windows are 6'8" now. You're suggesting bringing them. down.
windows are 6'8", so I
I see that.
can go lower, but
Yeah, if I may, Mr. Chair,
Mm.
so that it appears from the floor plan that ceiling height is whatever it is on the second floor, so you could bury the header into the eave, you could lower the overall height of the top plate. And if you used a slightly shorter window, you could easily take 9 inches out of that. And still have plenty of headroom on the interior.
But the windows would just be.
Windows would be lower, the whole thing would be lower. The whole dormer roof assembly and the base of the dormer would be shorter. The roof assembly would be lower, the dormer face would be shorter, the windows would be shorter.
Your eye, do you want us to move
so
that?
my windows will be like 6 foot header instead of 6'8". That's
I
what
don't
you
know,
are
you didn't give us a
suggesting.
cross section, so it's hard to tell.
No, the windows, I mean, it's dimensioned on the elevation that the windows, the header is at 6'8".
My computer just shut off because the battery's done. My battery's running out too.
Yeah. So, yeah, what I'm saying is that the windows are at 6'8", the header. So if I lower it as you are suggesting, I'll end up being like 6 feet, let's say.
Well,
Which is
Yuri,
really low.
if I through Mr. Chair, your ceiling plan, your plan does not reflect that in your ceiling heights inside. There's no dash line to indicate that if that were the case, your ceiling height would be only 6 inches or 7 inches above it would be at like 4 inches above your header height. On the inside, you have a ceiling line showing.
Stephen,
Yeah.
he's got a
Yeah.
dimension of 6'8" to the head of the windows on the second floor. If you're pushing the windows lower, then they gotta be something less than 6'8". So if you're 8 inches lower, he's right, they would be at 6 feet.
Right, but what I'm saying is if you look at the second floor plan, the ceiling reflections do not show that there's a sloped ceiling there, which to my mind would be the case if there were 6'8" headers and you look at the relationship of the soffit of that roof assembly, the shed dormer. So something isn't lining up correctly.
No, it
It's
is.
either the
It's,
6'8"
those
or the.
orange lines are showing very.
All right, I'm
very
gonna
6'8".
motion to hold for revisions with a cross section through the dormers, please.
Okay, yeah, I think that's the best we can do. It's 2 minutes up. Okay, so.
So,
on that,
so
Val-
you just want to see the cross section added to this plan,
Well,
or you
the
want me
issue-
to lower
the issue in
the
a
window?
nutshell, Uri, is that your eave comes nowhere close to being where the parting rail of the window is, which is one of
Yeah,
our conventions. So that's something that we would like you to work on in some way or another. So on Stephen's motion, Val,
I,
thank you, Connie,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
thank you, Stephen, on your motion.
Aye.
No, in favor. Okay, that concludes our regularly scheduled program. And so do we have minutes?
Can we hold the minutes
I think it's probably wise. So let's hold minutes and.
till next Tuesday?
Yeah. And then
holding
let's
for
adjourn.
revisions.
How about
A
that?
motion to adjourn.
Okay, John's made a motion to adjourn. On that motion, Val,
I.
thank you, Sherry,
I.
Diane,
What? I'm not sure.
she's gonna.
Aye.
Thank you, and John on your motion.
Aye.
And on